you really like as far as her overall length of body. She gives you a good look as well. Till you get it right there in her forerib and how she transitions to her shoulder. You just like to smooth her up in that regard. A heifer that gives up a little bit of muscle to heifers on either side of her, but you like how soft pasturing that one is as you watch that one travel. A lot of good in that heifer that ends up going second. Real stout made one as far as muscle shape coming here in third. There's no doubt about that. Big in her top. She's got some natural thickness in her quarter and out through her hip. She's got enough bone work underneath her. Just a little bit harder looking from a body standpoint. Not quite as much depth of flank in this female, but a real nice look to this one, real angular and feminine. Then we get a little bit larger frame black heifer coming here in fourth. In relation to her frame size, you just like to see this one a little bit deeper body, a little more softer look to this one. She gets a little more refined in her bone work, just stouting her up in that regard, but a real high-performing, good-looking one for that young man. Then we get a little bit racier-looking one coming here, young lady's heifer. Following this black heifer, sure like the design of this one, just not quite as much heifer here in this February. Just like to see just a little bit more of her in the total performance to get her any higher in this class. Then the young man's all red heifer, sure a nice look to this one, very unique in the way this one comes to. She's very smooth in the way this one's made, just a little bit plainer looking from one end to the other. Just like to see a little more look to this one, heifer that's good as you watch this and travel as well. Just pretty this one up a little bit to get any area higher. Give these youngsters a good round of applause if you would.
Pretty dominant heifer here to start off this trio in our Red Angus show. Just a real good heifer from a skeletal quality standpoint. I like her maternal function. Yet with that, she's still got a pretty jazzy look as you get off to her from the profile. Her parts and her pieces all fit together really nicely. She's in the right kind of rig from a condition standpoint. She's got good feet, good build to her. I think that's a nice heifer there.
Congratulations to your Class 5 winner. It is going to be Sadie Miller from Savannah 4-H, followed by Brooklyn Ashlot from Wright City FFA. Third, Hannah Pritchett from Adair FFA. Fourth, Cannon Edwards from Fairview. In fifth place, Jaron Lundry from Haworth. And your sixth place, Sutton Place from Davenport 4-H. We'll now show for your division, heifer calf champion and reserve champion, our first division in our Beef Master over here in ring number 1.
Going to pick this first division here in the Beef Masters, and let's give you all these youngsters a nice round of applause in this first division. Had some really nice cattle all the way through these classes, and my compliments go out to you, exhibitors and breeders, and you can kind of see when you get these back out here how they kind of fit together. And sure, there's some differences, there's no doubt about it, but there's definitely a kind that I like, and as far as the way they're put together and the build and whether they can get out and go, and sure, cattle that are going to go on and do some really nice things for these youngsters as brood cows and continue to show them as well. The division champion in this first division will be this heifer coming out of this third class right here. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Quinn Carpenter. She'll be your Division I champion out of Class 3.
For reserve, it gets really close. There's no doubt about it. I mean, even the division was really, really close, and you bring this second place heifer in to our division champion. Sure, some really good things about that one. I talked about her in that class, and the one I keep gravitating back to in this for reserve in this first division is the black heifer down here that won the first class. She'll be your reserve division. Congratulations.
In reserve will be Curtis Wilkins from Class 1 from the Strother FFA, your reserve division champion. Congratulations to all of our exhibitors here in our first division.
Another strong class of these Red Angus females over here in Ring 2. And the heifer that wins the class, I think, gets away with it pretty comfortably for me. And then another good-bodied female, like the center part of her rib, yet she's still got some turn to the upper part of her skeleton. She gets out and moves well, has some flexibility. She's pretty good in terms of her foot quality as well. I think just a real useful, solid heifer here that wins the class. You get past her, I think you can do some different things, and you can shuffle these heifer really well on the stand. She's very eye-appealing and very sharp up to her front end. She gets a little rigid in her hock and gets a little tangled up when we ask the cattle to get out and go. And for me, I'd like to change that about her. Boy, if it's a standing still contest, though, she can get right up in the mix. It's just when we ask the cattle to turn and go, she wants to get a little piecier on us. Young man's heifer that comes in 4, again, a big, burly, cowy kind of a female. I like the softness that she has. Again, a lot of maternal function to her. She's just a little plainer in terms of her looks. Doesn't have the extra pizzazz that we find in a couple of those heifers that beat her in the class. Nice heifer here to close the class. I like her flexibility. I like her basic build. When I get on top of her, she's a little too flat in her rib design, a little narrower all the way through in relation to the contemporaries in the class, but still a real useful kind of a female with some utility there to close out.
Placings in Class 6, Red Angus breeding heifers. Congratulations to Jocelyn Richter of the Morris FFA. First place. Second goes to Caden Richter, also of the Morris 4-H. Third place exhibitor, Lenora Meeks of the Lone Grove FFA chapter. McCoy Edwards of Fairview is 4th, and Jeremy Shankles of the Turner FFA is 5th. Now we're going to select our Junior Heifer Calf Division champion.
in this class of falls. We've got a September, October, and November. And this is not only a class, but a division, and a really nice place to start in this division. This dark red heifer to win this class. Sure one that's very complete looking, good in her bone work. You like the way this one get out and go. She's very flexible. She's good in her joints. Very nice in the way this one's put together as far as her pattern and balances up extremely good. This heifer that ends up being second in reserve in this division. Sure one that you like from a brood cow standpoint. She's very maternal looking kind of female, but carrying a little more condition in places that throw her balance off just a little bit. A little staler looking. It's not quite as fresh appearing as what we've got in our class winner, but a lot of good in this heifer. You like a lot of things about her as you get this one in motion especially. And then the young lady's black heifer, sure one that you like from an overall performance standpoint. She's got some extra frame and overall length of body to her, but with that extra frame, there's not quite enough softness built into this one. A little more refined in her bone work, but no doubt a very high performing, big, stout kind of female that ends up going third in this class. Young lady does an excellent job getting this one shown out here. Let's give them a nice hand in this division.
Get into our next division here in the Red Angus show. A real quality set of cattle.
Over here in your ring number 1 on your Class 6, and also your class winner and your division junior heifer champion is Kate Edwards from Fairview 4-H, followed by Quinn Carpenter, who is a reserve, and third, Bexley Thompson from Sharon Mutual. We now have Class 7 of your Beefmaster breeding heifers in show ring number 1, Class 7.
Congratulations to Madeline McLean of the Leedy FFA chapter for having the division, the junior heifer calf division champion out of class number 5, and congratulations to Aiden Gillis of the Lomega FFA for the reserve junior heifer calf champion. Moving right along in the Red Angus breeding heifer show here in ring number 2.
When we get into this class, definitely a place to start in this class. You end up using the youngest heifer in this class, an August heifer. Boy, just a beautiful front end in this female, and then you look at from there back how well designed she is, how good she balances up. Everything just fits together on that one. Very, very complete individual to win this class. And from there, you got to make some decisions. I ended up going with a heifer that's a little bit stouter built kind of heifer. She's got some muscle shape and dimension to her, a real up-headed kind of female. It's real attractive for me out here. You really appreciate that about her. A lot of good in that heifer. She just gets a little bit rounder made comparatively to our class winner. Then we get a little bit bigger frame, black heifer coming here in third one. That's sure attractive from a profile standpoint. She's just off in her hip just a little bit. Not quite as much natural muscle shape and dimension from her hip back as what we've got in the one that walked out ahead of her. But sure, a lot of really nice things about her. She's got some extension. She's got some overall power in her from a bonework standpoint. Then the young lady's heifer that ends up fourth. They've done a really nice job getting this presented out here. She's really fresh appearing. There's just not enough heifer here when you're talking about how much muscle in comparison to the cattle that are walking out ahead of her in her top and out through her hip. Heifer that you really like from her line standpoint. She gives you a really nice look from a profile standpoint. Let's give these youngsters a nice hand, if you would.
Congratulations to Curtis Wilkins, your Class 7 Beefmaster breeding heifers. He'll be your class winner, followed by Cayman Collins from Colgate. Third, Harper Rutledge from the Miami FFA. And fourth, Jalen Lundry from Haworth. We now welcome your Class 8 into the show ring number 1, Class 8 of your Beefmaster breeding heifers.
That's a good class, and there's 5 very nice heifers in here, but I thought these two came to the front, and then with that, still the heifer that wins the class does so with relative ease. For me, just a knockout as you study her from the profile. She get right into your eye there in terms of her look and her balance and her quality and her presence. I like how fresh she is from a composition standpoint. Again, I'm not a neck freak, and they don't have to be really that long neck for me, but when they have that, and they still have her build and then her natural pin set and width as you get on top of her and still good at the ground, again, then we can start to really tie into one. She's a good heifer. I like a lot of things about her, a lot of quality to her. She's a good heifer in second as well. I think probably the strongest second place heifer maybe we've had thus far to the day. big body kind of a female, a lot of rib, a lot of mass to her. Probably does have a little more arc and curvature to her rib and a little more softness even than the heifer that wins the class. Where she gets in just a tick bit of trouble for me is when you set the cattle in motion. She's not as long in her stride. She doesn't get out and cover her tracks quite as nicely as that heifer that wins. But again, a lot of good to that heifer, and that's a nice pair of cattle up on the front end of the class. This young lady does a real good job presenting her heifer. I like her length of body. I like her smoothness of shoulder, a real angular kind of a female. I want to see just a bit more mass to this heifer as I get right behind her. Probably the biggest thing for me, though, is she doesn't have as much mass, and we got to rework her hind leg just a little bit. A little awkward in the way she sets down in her hock and there into her rear foot, but still a good female. Nice heifer in fourth, not one to cooperate real good today. I'm not sure if we're in heat or what we got going here, but this is a nice heifer when she stands. She, too, you could warrant a switch of that heifer until we set him in motion with the heifer in third. She, too, has got to be reworked there from behind and a little straighter in the angle of her shoulder, but a neat look to that heifer, has some boldness and some spring of rib to her. Young man's doing a good job with his heifer in fifth. I like her extra stoutness. She's got some horsepower as you get up on top of her. Big topped, a lot of spread out to her hip. Just a little rougher in her design as we look at her from the profile. That's enough to work her down here in a very competitive class.
Helen Orr of the Davenport FFA chapter for first place. Clancy Cunningham of the Locust Grove FFA is second. Leighton Strait from Garber is third. Fourth place goes to Alexandra Voth of the Kremlin Hillsdale FFA, and Clint Harrington of Nowat FFA chapter is fifth.
Getting in these class of March and April heifers, sure, a challenging class. Kind of depends on what you can live with, how you end up putting these 4 heifers out here, and especially these 2 up here in the front end. There's some gives and takes in these 2 females. I ended up going with this heifer, this red and white one, just on power. I mean, there's definitely a lot of shape here, a lot of bone work, a heifer that's real pleasing look to her from a profile standpoint. I like the condition this one's in the top side of her skeleton, but you just like to question, or you like the soundness of the heifer coming here in second. She's a little better in her joints than our class winner. She's a little more flexible as you watch her go. She just isn't as extended in the front 1/3 of her body. She isn't as levelly built out through her hip, but a lot of performance in this female. Just kind of, like I said, just kind of depends on what you can live with, how you end up placing this top pair. But both good kind of females, just a little bit different kinds as far as the way they can go and the way they come to us as far as a performance standpoint. The heifer coming here in third, sure one that you like till you get that one in motion. A heifer that struggles quite a bit as far as her flexibility. She wants to short step and short stride just a little bit, but a good performing, levelly built kind of female that's got a lot of brute cow look to her. Young man's done a nice job getting this one shown. Just a little more refined in her bone work to get her higher in this class. Then the young man that's had the biggest problem showing his is this young man right here in front of me, and he's a lot tougher than I am. He'd just go right with this heifer and take her out of the ring, or she took him out of the ring, but he'd just spin her around and come right back. And the young man does a really good job handling this one, and she's not acting very well out here. But a heifer, you sure like parts of this heifer. The front 1/3 of her is very good. You like the amount of shape that's in her as far as muscle. She's big in her top, but she wants to roll up in her top. She isn't as nicely made from her forerib to her shoulder, a little more refined in her bone work as well to the cattle that go out ahead of her. But let's give this whole class, and especially this young man right here, a nice hand. He's done a really nice job struggling with this heifer.
Single entry here, and a very competitive female. Again, you like the turn of her body. She's got some spring of rib and some stoutness to her as you get around behind her. Like her foot size and her bone work that she's got underneath of her. She's a useful kind of a female that's got some breeding incentive. We'll see how she stacks up against the contemporaries here in this next division. Real useful kind of a heifer, and a good job to her.
Congratulations to your Class 8 winner over here in your Beef Master breeding heifers. It was Caden Carpenter from Bethel FFA, followed by Lilia Billion from Cash FFA. Third, Waylon Hargis from Warwica. And fourth, Dawson Jamison from Wright City. Will now show for your senior heifer division champion, Beefmaster Breeding Heifer Senior Division Drive.
Another nice division here in the Red Angus show, and the quality's been very good up to this point. I'm sure we still have some more to come, but just very good. We don't need to go back and retalk them again. We didn't have as many numbers here in this division, and just very pleased with these as they come back out here. But our heifer that's going to win is going to be this heifer up in the front. Congratulations to her. We're going to use that second place heifer in that class and keep them together. That's a very nice pair of cattle we're going to send to our grand drive. Congratulations to these exhibitors. Good job.
We're going to pick this third division here in the Beef Masters, and knowing them having three coming back out here, these two class winners and just one of the seconds, and then when you get to looking at these two class winners, it's pretty easy for me which one I gravitate to from an overall perspective, productive standpoint, one that puts a lot of really nice things together like I talked about. That one in class is the young man that won the younger class down here, this August heifer. She'll be your division champion. Young man right here in front of me with this red and white one will be reserved. Give them all a nice hand in this third division.
We'll get you up to speed over here in ring number 2 of the Red Angus division. Single entry there in class number 8. Congratulations to Landry Warfield from the Drummond FFA. And then our fall heifer calf champion. Congratulations out of class number 7, Helen Orr from the Davenport chapter, and reserve exhibited by Clancy Cunningham from Locust Grove.
Congratulations to your division senior heifer champion in your Beefmasters. It's Curtis Wilkins from Strother FFA, followed by your reserve Caden Carpenter from Bethel.
Red Angus exhibitors, remember we will have the bred and owned class immediately following the selection of the champion and reserve champion. So all you Red Angus heifer exhibitors that have them bred and owned need to be back for that class.
We'll now bring our division champions in to show for your overall champion for your Beefmaster Breeding Heifer. For all our division champions, our division heifer calf champion was Quinn Carpenter. Your junior heifer division champion, Kate Edwards. And your senior division heifer champion, Curtis Wilkins.
champion Beefmaster here. And it's been a real enjoyable show to go through. I've seen a lot of really nice cattle that's got a tremendous amount of quality to them, and sure cattle that are going on to do a lot of really good things for these young exhibitors, whether they keep showing them or make brood when they make brood cows out of them, because they've got some productivity to them and some usefulness. There's no doubt about that. And it all comes down to just personal preference out here when you pick a champion or the division or even a grand and reserve. So, everybody's got their own favorites, and that's perfectly fine. For me, I'm not going to say it's easy, but there's sure two of them that I like extremely well. They're a little bit different kind of heifers, but, there's still a tremendous amount of quality and future look to them and things that can go on and do some really nice things for these exhibitors. Give them a nice round of applause, and I'll show you how I like them.
Nice class of Red Angus females here, and a pretty dominant heifer to lead off the class. Really love the rig she's in from a freshness standpoint. Just a lot of length of spine, a lot of extension to this heifer, a lot of presence as you study her from the side. Then a picture-perfect udder laid in underneath of her. She looks like she's going to enter motherhood like she needs to. She's bred right up here for a May. She's a May heifer, bred right up to calf. It looks like here within the right kind of window. I think just a real useful heifer here to lead off the class. Second and third, I think, is a close pair in here, and there's some differences between them. I think the heifer in second's just built with a little more comfort, a little more angle to her shoulder, a little more flex off of her hind legs than the heifer that comes in three. This heifer doesn't have maybe quite the look from the side as the cattle on either side of her. I think she's just a little more functionally correct, just from a skeleton standpoint. She too's a good-bodied female that's shaking down a nice udder, like that about her. She just kind of gets overpowered by the heifer that starts the class. Now on the standstill, I'd switch that pair. I'd have this heifer in second. She's got a great look about her. She's strong down her top, very level out of her hip. It's when we set her in motion, she just gets a little choppier in terms of her movement, a little more open about her shoulder. And I just got to see this heifer get out and grab the ground a little differently for me. You want to say she's got a little more presence and look and swap her to second. I think you could sure do that. For me, we just got to loosen her up just a bit in terms of her joint work. Heifer that comes in four, young man did a good job with. A real easy keeping kind of a female. Kind of what you see is what you get on her just in terms of her volume and her mass. A little rougher up in through her shoulder, a little plainer in terms of her look, but again, a real cowy kind of a female that's good at the ground. Real solid heifer to close out. Kind of same song, different verse though. On this heifer in terms of her body, looks like she's going to be an easy maintainer when you get her in production. Just a little set out in her shoulder. I didn't think she pieced together quite as nicely from the profile, but still a quality individual to round out a very competitive class. Good heifer to lead off.
Congratulations, outstanding Class 9. First place, Bryce Penbrook of the Fairview 4-H Club. Second, congratulations to Cade Sweeney from the Perkins Tryon FFA chapter. Jackson Staggs of Purcell is third. Jackson Worth from Finland Hillsdale is fourth. Fifth place goes to Izzy Bird of the Perkins Tryon FFA. Now we're going to select our intermediate heifer champion.
And congratulations over here in ring number one. Your overall champion Beefmaster breeding heifer was Quinn Carpenter. Congratulations to Quinn Carpenter. And your reserve, Curtis Wilkins. They are also your bred and owned champion and reserve champion. So we're going to move right to our first class. Brahman breeding heifers. First class of Brahman heifers making their way into the show ring. Class 1.
heifer that wins the class, again, I think just in terms of if you followed along here thus far and the type that we're trying to make, I think from a structure standpoint, she's the one that you have to call the easiest traveling heifer, that's got the most flexibility, built just a little more comfortable up and through her shoulder than our heifer that comes in second, a little more relaxed in her top line as well. I like her extra length of side and length of hip, just a real solid heifer there to lead off the class. Heifer in second's got some extra pieces that I like. Again, I think there's some breeding value in this heifer. Get on top of her, she's intimidating in terms of the spread and dimension she's got on the top side of her skeleton. With that extra horsepower, though, she's a little rounder built up and through her shoulder. I didn't see her getting and scooting off of her hind leg quite as nicely as our heifer that ends up winning the class, but still, I like that heifer. She's got some turn to her body and some natural power to her. Heifer that comes in three, a little more refined up and through her shoulder, probably a little better built in her hip and off of her hind leg than the heifer that goes in second. With that, though, she's just a little flatter in terms of her build, a little emptier heifer from her in terms of her middle. I didn't think she had quite as much substance and strength as the two heifers that preceded her in the class.
Placings in Class 10, Red Angus breeding heifers. Congratulations to Jocelyn Richter for the Morris FFA. Second, Benjamin Edwards of the Fairview 4-H Club, and Addison Ryan Smith of the Garber FFA is third.
Heifers to start out this show with. End up using the youngest heifer in the class. This June heifer just gives you a really good look, especially when you get this heifer in motion, how she stays together. Her hip is a lot better, a lot level or designed in that regard. She's got enough bone work underneath her. All three of these heifers are very good when you get them in motion. You like how fluid and flexible they are as they all travel around the ring. So that's pretty much a wash as far as separating them from structure standpoint. You just start looking at them from a phenotype standpoint, and this heifer to me gives you the nicest look. She's a levelest design, very, very angular and feminine up through the front 1/3 of her body. And I'm going to use the higher performing kind of female here to be second, a female that you sure like how much power is there. There's a lot of natural thickness and muscle shape in her. She's just not as good up through the front 1/3 of her body. She's not as levelly designed out through her hip is what we've got in our class winner. A little bit shorter coupled kind of female that ends up going third. You like, especially in the front 1/3 of her body, and then in her back or top, she's just a little bit shorter made from one end to the other, but sure one that's, like I said, all three of them are very, very sound. This one's going to go on and no doubt make a nice brood cow. She's very functional in her overall skeletal makeup. Give these three exhibitors a nice hand if you would.
Congratulations to your Class 1 winner of your Brahma breeding heifers. It's Avery Tackett, followed by Ava Anderson, and your third place, Emily Peterson. We now welcome Class 2 of your Brahma breeding heifers. Class 2 into ring number 1.
judging team that's preparing for competition in Houston on Monday without me, but they're in capable hands with my assistant. But this would make a very good judging class because these are four nice heifers with some differences in them. But I like this heifer that starts off the class. She's really a bull-bodied, big-ribbed kind of a female that's got some natural dimension as you get up on top of her. I like the way she's made in her underpinning from her pin bone down to her hock. She gets out and covers her track well. Still has a nice look as you study her up through her front end. It has some real substance to her as well. And I think that's the difference of her and the heifer in second, is you get right up on top of them, just a little bolder sprung, a little more opened up heifer. Quality female here to lead off the class. I like this heifer in second. They've done a good job managing this female. She's really fresh as you study her from the profile. Both those heifers are going to have nice udders when you get them into production. It looks like she's just a little frailer built than the heifer that wins the class. She's not quite as cracked open in her forerib, but I really like that heifer's usability. She's a moderate, easy-keeping kind of a heifer that's got some sure good things about her. This heifer will get you off center. She's big and stout. And again, if you want to weigh them up, she's one that you certainly is going to have that advantage over the other two cattle just in terms of her performance, her density, and her mass. I think there's breeding value in this heifer. For me to get her around the front two, though, we got to rock her back in her shoulder, give her a little more flexibility off both ends of her skeleton. But I like that heifer's extra frame and punch and dimension. I think there's some real feature in that female. We just got to see her get out and go with a little more comfort. But she's one that can sure get you off center. The heifer that comes in fourth, a real moderate heifer that's got some depth of body. She just doesn't have the extra flash and pizzazz of the heifers that precede her in the class. But again, a female that's going to make a very fundamentally correct brood cow. She's going to have some replacement value when you get her kicked out to pasture. Another solid heifer here to round out a very good class.
This class, these Brahman heifers, got four really good showmen out here. One of them takes a tag team, but they do a really nice job getting all three of these heifers presented out here. Gives you a great look from a profile standpoint. Then we talk about the cattle, sure one that you gravitate to win this class. I mean, a big frame and overpowering kind of female, and I like big ones, especially when you get them this good. I mean, a heifer that's put together extremely well. She's got some angularity and femininity about her. You're thinking she's a little bit straight hocked when this young lady gets her parked out here, but then you ask this one to take off and go. She does have some reach, some flexibility in her joints, and as you watch her go, does a really lot of nice things as far as her structure and her skeleton. Heifer puts a lot of really nice things together as far as her overall pattern, design, and the look of that one. Heifer coming here in second, sure attractive kind of heifer as well, just not as big in her overall makeup, but sure really angular and feminine. She's got enough natural body and dimension to her, gives up a little bit of bone work to our class winner, not as levelly designed out through her hip as our class winner, but no doubt going to go on and do some really nice things as a brood cow. Then the young lady's heifer that ends up going third, freshest appearing female from a condition standpoint. She's really green out here. She just needs more time on feed. She's got all the right parts and pieces, just needs to be a little bit more of her to get her any higher in this class. Real good trio of females in this second class of Brahmans. Give these young ladies a nice round of applause.
Catch you back up over here in class number 11. Placings, Reese McMurphy from the Alva FFA chapter was first. Second place goes to Miranda Parks of Geronimo FFA. Third, Calden Weaver from Fort Cobb Braxton. And Adi Frazier from the Valiant FFA is fourth.
Your Class 2 of your Brahma breeding heifer results. Congratulations to your class winner, Jade McPeak from Chakota FFA, followed by Vivian Rich from Prague. In third, Sadie Rice from Cleveland FFA. Now we're in Class 3 of your Brahma breeding heifers. Class 3, just a single entry in Class 3. Excuse me, Class 3 is a scratch. We'll move now to Class 4.
pick our last division to move into the champion. Heifer that leads off the class, again, just in terms of her comfortability, the way that she drives off of her hind leg. I really like this female's body shape. Again, another gorgeous udder laid in underneath this female. One that's got a lot of presence and balance to her. Very extended, again, very responsible from a management standpoint in terms of her freshness. I think a very useful heifer here to win the class. I like this heifer in second. Again, looks like she could maintain herself on not a lot of supplementation as you look at her body and her frame size. In relation to our class winners, you watch her go right away from you. She gets just a nickel outside of her body wall just a little bit, and she doesn't maybe have quite the extension as our heifer that starts. But that's a very useful kind of a female. I like her moderation. I like her doability. Another good heifer. The female that comes in third, very powerful as you get up on top of her, has some turn to the upper part of her body, just doesn't maybe have that extra flash and dazzle is what we find in those top two cattle in terms of her hip structure and her bone work. But again, very usable in terms of her doability and maternal function, just doesn't have some of those extra flash from the profile we find in our top pair. Nice way to close out of what's been a very good Red Angus show.
Placings in class number 12. Congratulations, Caden Thomas of Fairview 4-H, first place. Second goes to Lucy Carmen of the Laverne FFA chapter, and Reagan Worthington of Frederick is third. Now going to select our senior heifer champion, senior division heifer champion, and then we'll move right into our overall champion and reserve selection. Immediately following the selection of our overall champion and reserve, we will have our Red Angus breeding heifer bred and owned division. So all you bred and owned exhibitors, remember that.
Whoever's lining this class up did a really nice job in the back here because that's the way I like them out here in the ring. And there's a heifer. The heifer that wins this class doesn't really handle it. I mean, this is a really nice built one, a female that puts a lot of really good things together as far as the look of her from a profile standpoint, how level designed she is. She's got some natural look to her, some stature to her. You like the outline of this female. You get her in motion. She can get out and go as well as any of the three in this class. Just a really good thing, a lot of positives about this heifer that wins this class. Young man's heifer ends up going second, a little bit bigger outline or bigger looking, appearing female from a stature standpoint, just a little bit harder bellied kind of heifer, a little bit rounder made in her overall makeup, but big legs underneath that one, really stout from one end to the other. Just like to soften that one up, give her a little more brute cow look to her to get her past that one that wins this class. Young lady does a really good job showing this red heifer that ends up going third. But the heifer just gives up too much bone work, too much muscle and shape to the two that walk out ahead of her. But you really like the angularity, the extension in that front end. And this female, just a really productive looking kind of female, just not quite the bells and whistles is what we've got in the two that walk out ahead of her. But a nice class, nice trio of heifers. Give them a nice hand if you would.
Another good division here in our Red Angus show, and I'd be very complimentary to all 6 of these exhibitors, and really all the exhibitors that were in this division. We've had some good heifers come through the ring, and we'll save more of those comments as we get to our champion selection, but it takes a lot to impress me, and I've been very impressed with the quality here of this division. I like this heifer that wins the first class. Kind of what you see is what you get on her. I'd like to have 50 of them that look like her just from a maternal function and a cow quality standpoint. You again, is she as flashy maybe as a couple of the other ones out here? Maybe not, but she's just very usable in her kind. She's good-footed. She's stout-featured. I think there's just a lot of good things about that heifer. A female out of the second class, I just like a lot of things about from a boldness standpoint. She's got some spring of rib, got some volume, and again, got some stoutness of feature to her. It's really hard to keep one this fresh at this age. So nice at the top of her neck and down in through the base of her chest. And I've said this a few times, and I'll say it for the next 2 days. They don't have to be rocket neck for me, but when you get that with this kind of power and spread and still the movement that she has, I think that's a very good kind of a heifer. I like this heifer out of the third class too. You'd like to have, again, some that look like her just in terms of her doability, her body. She's one that's real good at the ground, and that was what gave her the advantage over the heifer that was second in that class. She's maybe not as sharp as the heifer right in front of her, but that heifer's just got a lot of good things about her in terms of cowiness and broodiness, and she too looks like she's going to have a very good udder as you get her in production. So I'll be very complimentary to these exhibitors. We're getting to start a pretty good crowd around here now. I think everybody was sleeping in a little bit when we started earlier, but give them a good hand if you would. They deserve it. This has been an excellent division. Our champion, though, comes out of the middle class. Congratulations to her.
At the single entry, August heifer here, young lady does a really nice job getting this one shown. Obviously, this heifer knows where the out gate is. She's headed that way. She wants to go on out of the ring, but real nice pattern to this. Very easy doing kind of female heifer that's got the right amount of flesh on her at this stage. She's got enough bone work underneath her. Very good. Get this one in motion. Just an excellent, high quality individual to win this single entry.
I think it's still close as you look at making a reserve here in this division. I like this second place heifer as well. She's really sharp and very eye appealing, really refined in terms of her design. A heifer we talked about sure does get out and go well. In the class we talked about she might be just a little more snug in her forerib, probably not built as blocky right there behind her shoulder and the way she comes out of the backside there, but you got to like that heifer's look and her eye appeal and her attractiveness, and I think she gets right into the mix. Does she have as much to her as the cattle on either side of her? Probably does not, but I think you still have to be impressed with that heifer. One, they've done a great job of keeping her fresh and attractive in terms of her look. So you could, again, toss and discuss these. The other one that I like, though, just in terms of having a little extra body and spring of rib and volume, I like the heifer out of Class 3 to be our reserve here in this division. Very good set of females. Congratulations.
All right, our senior division champion, exhibited by Reese McMurphy of the Alva chapter, out of class number 11. Class 12 exhibitor Caden Thomas is the reserve senior division champion. All right, now we get ring number 2 cleared out, and we'll bring all of our division champions and reserve champions back to select our overall champion and reserve Red Angus breeding heifers.
Over here in ring number 1 to kind of catch you up to speed, your Class 4 winner was Harper Perkins from McLean County 4-H, followed by Lucas Kopish from Tishomingo, and third was J.C. Schultz from Okeen. Then in Class 5, your winner was Autumn Schultz from Okeen. We now have your Class 6 of your Brahma breeding heifers in show ring number 1, Class 6.
Winner here, a real up-headed, attractive kind of female. She gets her parked out here and gets her top down and levels out her hip very, very well on this female. Gives you a really good look from a profile standpoint. A heifer struggles just a little bit by comparison to the heifer in second when you ask them to go. You like to see this one move with just a little bit more flexibility, and that's what I really appreciate about the young man's heifer, even though she hasn't really figured out if she wants to be a show cow or not. But a heifer that's very good as far as being flexible and loose in the way that one goes. She's got some reach. Heifer is just a little bit more down-headed. You just like to see her neck come out of the top side of that shoulder. Just a little bit rounder built kind of female than our class winner, but very functional, very productive looking kind of heifer. Let's give these two exhibitors a nice hand.
Congratulations over here in your ring number 1 in your class 6 of your Brahma breeding heifers. Congratulations to your class winner, Emily Peterson from Clayton FFA, followed by Trevor Rice from the Cleveland FFA. We now have your class 7 single entry in the show ring number 1, class 7.
It's April, really stout, heavy structured kind of female. It's got some natural thickness and power in her, big top in her, got some big natural shape and out through her hip and down to that quarter. She's got enough bone work. Just a real impressive individual from an overall power standpoint. Let's give this young lady a nice hand.
Give our Red Angus exhibitors a good round of applause, if you would, here before we pick a champion. They certainly deserve it. The last 2 months, I've judged a lot of cattle, and I was driving up here from Houston last night after judging through some American heifers and working out with my team. I'll be honest with you, I was getting a little sleepy about Ardmore, and I thought to myself, man, I've judged a lot. I'm kind of tired. I was a little sluggish here to start this morning, but this woke me up real fast. These cattle have been very, very, very good. And I wouldn't say that, I haven't judged a lot of big Red Angus shows to this point in my career, but I don't know how it could get much better than this. And if you know me well, and a lot of you do, I spent enough time in Oklahoma. I don't blow a lot of smoke up people's skirts because I think that sometimes judges say things that maybe they don't mean. If there's a single entry, stand more competition, all that kind of stuff. But this is a really good set of cattle. And we sent some good ones back to the barn that aren't out here. And I'm as motivated of a show parent as there is. And so I get it. There's close calls out here. We're going to have to leave some people out. And I understand that, not everybody's going to be happy. One thing that I try to do is explain to you what I see in the cattle, whether you like it or not. At least I can tell you what I saw. And I think there's some excellent, excellent cattle out here. I don't know that we need to go back and re-talk them again. I do think there's some close calls. You got to make some decisions. Does one have enough to her? You got some big breds. If you don't just use big breds because they're bred, but you've got to consider them because they're good. We've still got good heifer calves up here. So, we're only going to get 3 out of here, but honestly, you could go 5, 6, 7 deep in these and not fall off in any kind of quality whatsoever. So this has been very good. It's a good way to wake you up and get you going in the morning. If this sets the stage for what we got coming, we're going to be in for a very fun 2 days, Herman and I. So really, really good set of cattle out here. There's one to me that just in terms of maternal function, skeletal quality, just being the right kind for the things that I like. It doesn't mean that you have to like her, but I just think there's a lot of good in this heifer. We got close call here for reserve and 3rd overall. I just think some excellent females that are out here. So please give them a nice round of applause if you would. We'll show you our first division or our first breed champions here of the day.
And end up using this February to win. Boy, what a really nice female this is. Really good jointed, really clean in the joints. A heifer that's very, very fluid and flexible as for as big and stout as she is. Just a real easy one to look at out of here. The way she's put together, she's very smooth in her pattern. She's got some extension in the front 1/3 of her body. Real up-headed kind of female. Very, very attractive from a profile standpoint. And not trying to take anything away from this gray heifer that ends up second, because there is a lot of doability, a lot of easy fleshing ability in this female. She's just a little bit shorter made, shorter coupled kind of female. She just doesn't have the extension that what we see in the one that walks out ahead of her, but really good doing. No doubt going to be an excellent, excellent brood cow for this young lady. Give these two young ladies a nice hand in this class of Brahman heifers.
Congratulations over here in your final class of your Brahma breeding heifers. Your class winner, Leighton McNair from Crescent FFA, and followed by Harper Perkins from McLean County 4-H. Now bring all of our class winners in and show for your overall champion and reserve champion Brahma breeding heifer.
Congratulations. So Red Angus breeding exhibitors, your champion exhibited by Bryce Penbrook of the Fairview FFA chapter. Congratulations, Reese McMurphy from the Alva chapter for reserve. And third best exhibited by Helen Orr of Davenport. We'll get ring 2 cleared out one more time and bring back our bred-known Red Angus breeding heifers.
That's a real good set of bred knowns as they come back out here, and I think we'll do this after each breed. We're going to get 3 of them here in the purebreds. I think they said just a pair as we go through some of our percentage cattle. But if you remember back to the show, there was a lot of these cattle that had a lot of success within the own show, and then they come back out here in the bred known show. So our heifer that was 3rd overall in our own show, very, very good heifer. She's going to be our champion bred known here. Young lady up in the front, congratulations to her. We're going to get 3 of them here as we send for the overall. This young lady in the yellow here is going to have our reserve. I like this heifer a lot. She was real close to getting in our top trio. I think she's going to be a really good heifer as we get her on down the road. Congratulations to her. Then I think as we pick a 3rd overall, it gets a little bit closer just depending on where you want to set some priorities and some parameters. The other heifer that strikes me really well as they get back out here is this dark red heifer here. She's going to be our 3rd overall. very good set of these bred-known cattle. My compliments to all of our Red Angus breeders and exhibitors.
And side of the ring here, the number of good ones that have come through here, and there hasn't been that many numbers, but we really get to looking at what's out here, and the quality that's here is just so impressive. I've really enjoyed myself going through this breed because I've been able to find cattle that I like in every one of these classes, and then you get them back out here, and yeah, they don't all look the same, but they have, all of them have some really good things to offer, and you know, it just depends on where you put your priorities, how you're going to end up, what you're going to end up using in this breed to win, and what you can live with and how you perceive these cattle. But the thing about it is, not only the cattle have been tremendous, the young people that are holding on to these things have been so impressive, done an excellent job getting them shown. Just so impressed, and my compliments go out to you as exhibitors. The way you go about it and to get these cattle shown is just so impressive. Let's give them a nice round of applause, and I'll show you how I like these.
Let me get you back up to speed over here in the red.
Congratulations over here in ring number 1 in your champion drive in the Brahma breeding heifers. Your overall champion. Congratulations to Harper Perkins from McLean County 4-H and your reserve, Leighton McNair. We'll now show for your Brahma breeding heifers bred and owned drive. Over here in ring number 1, we already had your champion bred and owned. That was Leighton McNair, who was reserve overall. We're showing for reserve champion bred and owned, Brahma heifer breeding bred and owned. And your reserve will be Autumn Schultz from O'Keene FFA with the reserve champion bred and owned, the Brahma breeding heifer.
I think maybe as close a placing as we've had thus far for me this morning. This is a nice pair of heifers, and they're a little different in type and kind to give the edge and structure to the heifer that starts the class, just the way she gets off of her hind leg. A really clean jointed female that's got a really nice pattern to her. Then when you get in behind her, she's got some pin width and enough dimension to her. She's not as high up as the heifer that comes in second, but I think she hooks up just a little better in terms of her movement off either end of her
show with. And you know, up here in the front end, you got to make some decisions what you like better or where you prefer between these two heifers. To me, I prefer this heifer to lead off of her because of her extension in that front end. The future look that she shows us out here, just a really good, high quality individual that no doubt is just going to keep getting better and better as she goes because of the way that one's designed. She's a little bit greener condition wise. She's a little better in her chest at this point, just a lot more extended in the front 1/3 of her body than this heifer coming in second. But boy, you really do have to appreciate how soft made this heifer is in second. Just a really good doing kind of female. Just a little bit shorter coupled, shorter look appearing kind of female than our class winner, but very good as far as her muscle shape, her structure, and her skeleton is very, very good. Young man's heifer coming here in third. Sure one that you gravitate to just from an outline standpoint. She's extended in her front. A heifer that gives you a real good look from a profile standpoint. There's just not as much heifer there. Talking about depth of flank and bone work underneath her. Just gives up too much in that regard. But three excellent high-quality individuals to start out this Brangus show with.
Placings in Class 3, percentage Red Angus. Congratulations, Reese McMurphy from Alva FFA. Baron Rhinesmith is second, and Ari Rhinesmith is third. Congratulations, exhibitors.
A single entry march here in the Brangus show. Young man got a really nice female here, brought out very, very good in her, the way this one can go, get out and go. You like the flexibility, you like the reach that she exhibits out here. Just a soft-made, good-doing kind of heifer as well. Gives you a really excellent look from a profile standpoint. My compliments go out to this young man with the quality he's got in this single entry.
Congratulations over here in ring number 1. Your first class for Brangus breeding heifers. Your class winner was Trinity Mitchell from Luther FFA, followed by Kelby Worthington from Canadian County. In third, Boston Bilyeu from Union City. And your class 2 winner, Boston Bilyeu from Union City. You will now welcome class 3 into the show ring. Class 3 of your Brangus breeding heifers.
January out here really opened up kind of female from a muscle standpoint, big in the top side of this one's skeleton as far as her top and her hip and down into that quarter. Just so impressive from a overall makeup in that regard in this female. One that you really like from overall length of body and length of spine. Just an excellent, excellent individual in this single entry.
Congratulations over here to Adrian Moore. He'll be your class 3 of your Brangus breeding heifer winner. We now welcome class 4, a single entry as well.
out here. This young lady's got a real fresh appearing, good fronted kind of heifer. You really appreciate the base width that you see underneath this one as you watch her go away from you. She's got a real maternal look to her as well. Just another excellent individual in this for a single entry.
Another pretty
Placings in Class 5. Congratulations to Johnson Shanks of the Newkirk Go-Getters, and Trevor Rice from the Cleveland FFA is second.
Well, we got another single entry of February out here, real clean made looking female, really good as far as her design of that front end. You like how clean made she is down low in her body, around her navel. A heifer is very, very sound in the way that one can go. Gives you a really incredible look from a profile standpoint. My compliments go out to this young man to this single entry.
Congratulations over here to catch you up to speed in ring number 1. Your Barangas breeding heifer class 4 winner was Kelby Worthington, and your class 5 Anthony Kirko from Boswell 4H. We'll now show for your champion, reserve champion, ultra black Barangas. We'll bring our class winners in. This will be for a champion and reserve champion.
Brangus over here in this ring, and boy, this has been an impressive show as well. Some of these, most of these classes were single entries, and then it's amazing when you get them back out here how similar they really are. I mean, all these heifers can move extremely good. You like their skeleton, you like their structure. They give you a really excellent look from a profile standpoint. They've got some productivity look to them. No doubt they're going to be some excellent projects, or are some excellent projects for these youngsters. Give them a nice round of applause, and I'll show you how I like them in this breed.
Get your back.
Congratulations to your champion Ultra Black Brangus coming out of Class 4. Kelby Worthington will be your champion, and your reserve Trinity Mitchell out of Class 1. Now we'll move to your Class 6. Class 6 of your Brangus breeding heifers.
Nice way to round out our percentage red show here. A real deep-bodied, very maternal heifer here that starts our class. One that's very agile as you ask her to get out and go. A heifer that you like, just the amount of capacity that she has. Again, a lot of doability to this heifer in terms of having some productivity to her body. Just a quality individual here that I think has a lot of good things about her. Real long, stretchy heifer to come out next. One that, again, would have some performance if we put them on the scales. Sure like that about her. She doesn't have that extra look from the profile, maybe just a little duller in terms of her makeup, but a heifer that's got good body shape, got springer rib, and got volume to her. A nice female there for the young man as well.
Placings in Class 8, our final class of percentage reds. Congratulations, Cade Williams, and second to Reese Reno.
We just got finished with the Ultra Black Brangus, and now we're into the Brangus show. And young man's got a really nice May heifer out here. It's really soft made, good doing. Female that looks real productive out here. She's got some length to that front end. Very agile as you watch her travel around the ring as well. Nice job. Give this young man a nice hand in this single entry.
Congratulations to Tucker Foraker from Maysville 4-H. He'll be your Class 6 winner when we're in Class 7, a single entry in your Brangus breeding heifers.
Attractive kind of female, very extended in the front 1/3 of her body, very feminine in that regard. Got some bone work underneath her, very good when you watch this one travel around the ring as well. It's got a lot of reach and very flexible as you watch her go. Nice compliment. My compliments go out to this young man.
Congratulations there to your Class 7 winner, Callan Dean from Maysville 4-H. We'll bring in Class 8 as well. I think it's the same exhibitor. He's just got to switch heifers to bring in for your Class 8 of your Brangus breeding heifers.
Stout individual, very compliment him with that. Very attractive as well. Her neck comes right out of the top side of that shoulder. Very unique looking up through her front end. Yet still has a lot of shape and dimension to her from behind that. So excellent, excellent individual to win this single entry.
Congratulations again to Talon Dean. He's your Class 8 winner from your Barangas Heifers. We'll now welcome Class 9 to the show ring. A single entry, Class 9 of your Barangas breeding Heifers.
Rear that's really extended in her skeleton, very green out here condition wise, just tremendous as far as her overall length of body and length of spine, length of hip in this heifer is really impressive as well. Just a lot of really good things about this one going forward. My compliments go out to this young lady with her class winner.
Congratulations to your class winner, Briley Ince from Lindsay FFA. We'll now bring your Class 10 and your final class of your Barangas breeding Heifers, Class 10.
Interesting pair of these marches out here. You sure have to figure out what you prefer out of these two or how you end up placing them. Both very, very good as you watch them travel around the ring, flexible, and they've got some reach. Some females that are good, both very good in that regard. So you got to figure out what you actually prefer. I mean, to that, this young lady's heifer, real good looking, gives you an incredible look from a profile standpoint. She's up-headed, a lot of quality in this female. You know, you question how far along she is in calf comparatively to the heifer that ends up second. She just doesn't look as productive in that regard, but I think there's just more quality. She's leveler design. There's just more good in this heifer leading off this class, even though she isn't quite as far along in calf or as productive looking as what the young man's heifer is. You sure have to appreciate that about her. She's starting to make an udder. You can see that she's going to be calving here relatively soon. But when you look at how this one's made, she's not as good up through her front end. She comes out lower out of her shoulders. She's not as levelly designed out through her hip. Just not as much quality in this young man's heifer as what we've got in our class winner, but both very useful kind of heifers. My compliments go out to both these exhibitors. Nice heifers.
Congratulations over here in your final class of your Brangus breeding heifer. Your class winner, Molly Pruitt from Strother FFA, followed by Seth Pruitt. And also, Seth Pruitt will be your champion bred and owned. We'll show for your overall Brangus champion. Bring our class winners here. Our class 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 winners to show for your champion Brangus and reserve champion.
Well, my compliments to our
Congratulations to Reed Groves of the Beggs FFA, your champion, bred known percentage Red Angus heifer.
As we look through here for a reserve, we're going to bookend these. This young man down here in the back is going to have our reserve bred known. Good job to him. Let's give these kids a nice round of applause. Excellent show.
And congratulations to Trevor Rice from the Cleveland FFA chapter for your reserve champion bred known. Hey, Red Angus and percentage Red Angus exhibitors, let's give a big round of applause to our judge this morning, Dr. Blake Bloomberg. We appreciate Blake taking the time to sort through the cattle, doing an outstanding job, and we appreciate his efforts this morning. Blake Bloomberg, our judge here in ring number 2.
I'd like to commend each and every one of these Brangus exhibitors with what they've brought out here. And again, there hasn't been a lot of numbers. A lot of these were single entry classes, but boy, sure impressed with what we see out here. Young people do an excellent, excellent job getting these heifers shown. So that means a lot to me, and it makes it easier as a judge as you watch these youngsters do what they know how to do. It's very pleasing to see that happen. You know, I just talked to these heifers in their classes, and you kind of know what I like to this point, and it's real easy for me in this particular breed. The red heifer right here is going to be your champion Brangus. The black heifer right there in front of her will be a reserve. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Talon Dean we'll have your champion and reserve champion, Brangus Heifer. Congratulations to Talon Dean from the Maysville 4-H. We'll now move to our American AOB breeding heifers, or a class 1 of American AOB heifers, making their way into show ring number 1.
I'm gonna leave them away. They came in the ring and used it. This younger heifer, a real green appearing female, a heifer that shows a lot of future on down the road. The condition she's in right now, very straight line, very extended kind of heifer. You really appreciate that about her overall length from one end to the other. A heifer that's very good as you watch this one travel around the ring. Excuse me. There's no doubt that this heifer coming here in second has a little bit more muscle and shape in her. She gets just a little bit rounder looking to me by comparison. She wants to drop her pins when you get her in motion, but you sure do appreciate all the power and muscle and shape that she exhibits out here. Here on this side of June, a very attractive female, real smooth made, in her overall pattern and the way she comes to us. She's got some extension up through that front end. I like the condition that she's in at this stage of her life. Just an excellent, excellent division. Excellent female to start out with this in this single entry.
Congratulations over here in your Class 1 winner of your American AOB breeding heifers. It was Emily Stanford from Durant FFA, followed by Delaney Tiger for second place, and your Class 2 winner, Emma Bella from McLeod. We now have Class 3 of your American AOB breeding heifers, Class 3.
Kicking off the Limousine Breeding Heifer Show here in ring number 2. Congratulations to the winner of class number 1, Hudson Harris from the Dibble 4-H Club. Currently moving right into class number 2, the Limousine Breeding Heifers. Again, we want to thank our judge, Dr. Blake Bloomberg, for sitting out this morning. Blake comes to us from Illinois, Black Hawk East Community College. Judging team, Coach Willard. He's coached at OSU and Texas A&M. Extensive livestock judging background. Thank you, Blake.
Nice pair of June-born heifers here on our limousine side, and just a little more bulk and mass in our heifer that starts off the class. She's just a little bolder sprung, a little more pried apart off both ends than our heifer that comes in second. She can give you a sharp look, too, from the profile, a heifer that's got some sleekness to her design. Heifer in second's really long-bodied. I like her extra extension and length of side. Her mobility is still pretty good as well. She gets a little tucked up in her flank, doesn't balance in her underline quite as nicely as our heifer that ends up starting the class. So you like her extra length and quality up through her front end. Just need to drop her down in her rear rib and flank a bit.
Congratulations, Class 2 Limousine Breeding Heifer exhibitors. First place, Clara Wright from the Noble FFA. Second to Sadie Tarrant from the Bethel 4-H Club.
Got two Aprils in this class, a little bit different in the way they come to us. A real easy fleshing, easy doing kind of female to start out with in this class. You really look like the brood cow look that she exhibits out here. Very maternal in her overall makeup. Efforts you really appreciate the amount of body and overall substance that we see in that one. And we get a real attractive kind of female that ends up going second in this class. Very unique looking up through her front end, but just not enough heifer there. I mean, we really get comparing performance and overall body and shape and natural thickness. There just gives up too much to get her around this heifer to win this class. But very unique looking, nice pair of heifers, just a little bit different kind in this class.
Your Class 3 placings over here in your show ring number 1 and your American AOB. Your class winner, Kinley Kirby from Stigler FFA, followed by Grace Lohman from Bethel. We now have your Class 4 and your final class of your American AOB breeding heifers. To be 3 entries in Class 4. We'll follow this with the mini Hereford heifers, mini Herefords.
This last class of these American AOBs, a nice place to start in this class. Young lady wins this pretty easily out of this trio of heifers, just on overall power and substance and bone and the overall look of this one. Very easy fleshing kind of female. She's getting, no doubt, she's getting closer to calving than the other two. When you really look at her and the udder development that's underneath that one, just a really impressive in that regard. You know, it's really close between these next two, second and third. End up going with a heifer, to me, is just a little bit longer, extended kind of heifer, a little squarer from her hip back than the heifer that ends up going third. Both of them very, very green, needs a little more time. Just needs to be a little bit more heifer here in both of them, but you sure do like the overall look of them because they're very angular, very feminine, give you a really nice look from a profile standpoint. Just like to stouten this one up that ends up going third in this class as far as her overall shape and the overall performance and substance that we see in that one. But nice trio heifers to end up with here in the American AOBs.
Placings in Class 3 over here in the limousine breeding heifers. Congratulations to Luke Monk from the Yukon chapter. Second place, Finley Mosteller from Fort Gibson FFA. Lane Lewis from Haskell is third, and Ellie Greer from Central is fourth. Now selecting our Division I champion and reserve.
Just a nice set of these limousine heifer calves here to start off with, and some quality in each one of these five that end up making it back out here. You get them out here, though, I think there's a pair of them that come out, and they're both very good cattle. There was some give and take between them in the class, but I like this heifer here out of Class 3 to be our champion. We'll follow up with that second place to be the reserve. Good set of females. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Division I limousine breeding champion. Congratulations out of class number 3, Luke Monch from the Yukon FFA. And second place in that class, Finley Mosteller from Fort Gibson FFA is reserved.
In show ring number 1, your Class 4 placings and your American AOB breeding heifers. Congratulations to your class winner, Sila Pitchford from Warner 4-H, followed by Callie Lohman from Bethel 4-H, and Grace Lohman in third from Bethel as well. We're now showing for your champion and reserve champion American AOB breeding heifers.
Sure to add some differences in these four classes, and some of them are just single entries, but no doubt about it, we got some good cattle and excellent young people leading these things. They're just so impressed with these four young ladies as you watch them get their heifers presented out here. It makes my job a lot easier. They get them where they need to look and how they need to look. So that's really a good deal, or very impressive for me. It's pretty easy in my mind the heifer to win this American AOBs. Young lady coming out of the second class right here will be your champion American AOB. Heifer that wins the fourth class down there will be your reserve. Give them a nice round of applause.
Congratulations to your champion, American AOB breeding heifer, Emma Bellew from McLeod FFA, and your reserve, Sila Pitchford from Warner 4-H. We'll now have your bred and owned champion, which is also Emma Bellew. All of our mini Hereford exhibitors, be ready. Class 1 of mini Hereford Heifers. We're now going to show for our Supreme American Heifer. Our Supreme American Heifer.
Placings in class number 4 here in the limousine breeding heifer. Ring number 2. Congratulations, Toby Scroggins in the Tuttle FFA chapter. Friar Baker from Bethel is second. And Olivia Landreth from Lomega is third. Fourth place goes to Trip James of the Silo FFA. Congratulations, class number 4 exhibitors.
pick a American Supreme over here on this side, and I'm glad Blake started talking because that gave me more time to look at these. And when you get cattle that look like this, it's real easy. Or I find myself just enjoying looking at the kind that's out here. And I'm not trying to pat myself on the back. I'm patting you all on the back, bringing this kind out here because it's hard to do, very, very hard to do. So I enjoyed just viewing this lineup of cattle, and sure, they're not all the same. There's major differences in them, but they're all good things. You know, there's no doubt there's quality in each and every one of them. You know, this Beefmaster up here, the future that this one exhibits, the condition she's in, the overall length of body, the bone, the look of this one is really incredible. The Brahman heifer right behind her, you know, how unique looking she is in her shape. I mean, big top, big hip in her, beautiful quarter and hind leg in her. Gives you an unbelievable look up through the front end of this female. Just incredible in the way that one comes to us. This black heifer, this ultra black champion, just a real productive, sound individual, very soft made, very broody looking, in unbelievable extension in the front 1/3 of her body. Very, very up-headed kind of heifer. It's very, very attractive when you look at her from a profile standpoint. The Brangus heifer right behind her, there's another one that for her age, the extension that she exhibits out here, condition-wise is excellent. Very, very big legs underneath this female. There's no doubt this one's going to do something, continue to do a lot of really cool things, not only in the show ring, but breeding this one, what she'll be able to produce because of her front end, the bone work that's underneath her, and just the overall extension in that heifer is incredible. The American AOB right behind her, just a real smooth pattern. You can't even knock a hole in that one when you really get to looking at her as far as the way that one's put together. She's flat-shouldered, she's long-bodied, she's long-hipped, she's sound in the way that one can go. Just an excellent, excellent individual. When you look at her as an individual right there. Just a really good kind of female. So, I mean, what I just described in these females is pretty incredible what they have to offer. And it's just personal preference or where you put your priorities, how you're going to line these up or which two are going to come out of this. Give them a great round of applause. I'll show you the two I like.
Placings back up to speed over here in ring number 2 in the limousine division. Class number 5. Congratulations to Garrett Griswold from the Ripley 4-H for first place. Avery Smith of Henrietta was second. Cash Umber from Comanche was third. Fourth is Kendall Spriggs of Afton. Class number 6, we had 3 excellent exhibitors. Congratulations to Rhett Butler, first place. Jensen Landreth is second. And third place goes to McKinley Palmatry from the Jones FFA chapter. Moving right into class number 7.
Over here, congratulations to your Supreme American Breeding Heifers in class, show ring number 1. It is the Ultra Black Heifer with Helby Worthington showing that as your champion, and your reserve Quinn Carpenter with the Beefmaster. Those are your Supreme American champion and reserve champion. Also say thank you to our judge, Mr. Todd Herman over here in show ring number 1. Appreciate Todd coming in from Ohio to judge this. A graduate of Michigan State University. He's applied his education and his expertise in cattle industry by judging numerous shows across the United States and Canada. And thank you again to Todd Herman here in show ring number 1. We'll continue here in just a few minutes with our Mini Hereford show. Mini Hereford breeding heifers. Be ready, class 1 of Mini Hereford heifers here in just a few minutes.
Go with a little bit different in the way these two heifers come to us, but both girls do a really nice job getting them shown out here. You can tell they've really worked with them. They've got them where they can get them parked out here where they need to. Young lady to win this class, just a lot squarer built, real attractive kind of female. You like how much shape she has in her for this age, and yet still very sound when you ask this one to go. Gives up just a little bit of body to this heifer coming in second, but I think a little more future look to this heifer to win this class. Young lady coming here in second, you have to be impressed with the natural body dimension that we see in that heifer, but a heifer that just doesn't balance up quite as nice as our class winner. Sure, a real broody looking, a maternal looking kind of female, just not as pretty and nicely designed as what we've got in the heifer that walks out ahead of her. But give these two young ladies a nice hand.
Congratulations to Garrett Griswold from the Ripley 4-H. Should be your Division II champion, Limousine Heifer.
Over here in show ring number 1, your Class 1 winner of your mini Hereford Heifers was Kaylee Duty from Muldrow 4-H, and second place was Cindy Varner from Fishamingo. We now have your Class 2 of your mini Herefords in the show ring.
these Mays and Junes out here in the mini Herefords, there's sure some differences up here on the front end. Yeah, that's what you got to figure out in your own mind, why you prefer them or what you can live with. No doubt the higher performing female is the one winning this class. You know, a little more mature looking than I prefer out here, but you sure have to admire the amount of bone, amount of freshness that you see in this one. Heifer just simply overpowers the rest of the class out here as far as shape and substance and overall dimension. Sure do like this heifer coming here in second as far as her youthfulness out here. You like her a little bit nicer up through her front end. There's just not as much heifer there in bone work and overall mass and substance as what we've got in our class winner. A little bit shorter coupled from her shoulders back than our class winner, but sure one that you like for a real straight line, real level hip, real attractive kind of heifer that ends up going second. Nice job. Then a heifer coming here in third. The real maternal look to that one, just a little bit flatter made or flatter than the two that walk out ahead of her. You just like to see just a little bit more shape in this female, green condition-wise, which the better days are probably ahead of her as she continues to develop and grow, because you like the lines in that one as well. She's very unique looking in the front 1/3 of her body. She's got tremendous amount of extension in that regard. So, I mean, a big future in front of that heifer. Young man following in behind her, you like the shape of that one. She is impressive from that standpoint, but a heifer is a little bit rounder in the way this one comes to us, a little bit shorter coupled kind of female. Just like to put a little more extension in that female from one end to the other, but excellent from top to bottom in this second class of minis.
Single entry over here as we get into the fall division of these limousines, and heifer that wins here, that's a single entry quality heifer in terms of her look and her presence. There's a lot of extension and kind of wow factor on this heifer as you study her from the profile. She's one that gets around the ring. I think she's adequate in terms of her movement. She's one that certainly gives us a real snappy, flashy look from the side. So we'll see how she stacks up here in this division. A nice heifer for this young lady.
Congratulations over here in ring number 1, your second class of your mini Hereford Heifers. Your class winner, Lakin Howard from Ringland FFA, followed by Case Howard from Ringland 4H. Third, Caden Alexander Latta, and fourth, Clayton Rolla from Pontawat County 4H. We now have your class 3 as single entry, class 3 of your mini Hereford Heifers.
Well, here's an impressive April in this single entry. A young man done a really nice job getting this one presented. Real fresh appearing out here. So overall length of body and length of front end is real impressive. You like the look of this one. He got her parked out here. Everything kind of fits together. The angles are right in this heifer's body. Just an excellent individual in this single entry.
Congratulations to our single entry over here on the limousine side, class number 9, Rita Bozaiden from the Winoka FFA chapter. We're currently showing class number 10.
Your Class 3 winner of your mini Hereford Heifers, Hunter Harris from Dibble 4-H. Congratulations to Hunter. We now have Class 4 of your mini Hereford Heifers.
Another very competitive trio here as we get into this November.
There are these mini Herefords, a little bit different kind of females, and both of them out here. I opted to go with a little more future look to a female, a little more correct in the way her tail head sits into her spine. A heifer's a little bit greener condition-wise, a little more attractive up through that front end and head than does a second-place heifer, and a heifer that you really like, and you get her in motion. In our class winner, she's very flexible. She has a lot of reach to her as you watch her go. Sure have to be impressed with the amount of durability that we've got in this second-place heifer, but for me, she gets a little more jammed up in that front end, a little bit plainer in her head. I like to push her tail head back down into her, just freshen her up condition-wise, especially down in her chest compared to our class winner. But two very good kind of females, just a little bit different kinds.
Placings in Class 10 over here in ring number 2. First place, and congratulations to Callan Kinder from the Canadian County 4-H Club. Brinley Payne of Tishomingo 4-H is second, and third goes to Madeline Tarrant of the Bethel FFA chapter.
Class 4 of your mini Hereford breeding heifers. Congratulations to your class winner, Julie Beisel from Cherokee 4-H, followed by Addie Frazier from Valiant. We now have your
She's really clean down in her chest. You like the extension we see in her front end as well. Very flexible, and you get her in motion. Young man's done a really nice job getting her presented and shown out here. My compliments go out to him.
Breeding heifers, Caden Alexander from the Latta FFA. We now have your Class 6 of your mini Hereford heifers in show ring number 1, Class 6.
three. Not so much these first two. They're very, very similar in the look that they give us out here. They're very productive, very maternal looking out here. Give up a little bit of muscle shape to our third place heifer, but for me, they're just a lot more pleasing to look at up through their front ends, and especially when you get them in motion. These two heifers are very, very similar in the way they can travel. They've got some reach, they've got some flexibility, and they've got some true width to their structure. The heifer that wins this class is just a little more genuine in her shape from her hip back. A heifer that shows more dimension there. A heifer at the ground, you like her as well as you watch her go. A heifer that's just a little more extended from one end to the other. You sure do appreciate the look of this heifer coming here in second. She balances up extremely good. You like the overall makeup of her. She just isn't as true in her shape from her hip back as what we've got in our class winner, but very good in her structure and skeleton. Heifer coming here in third, just a little more upright on both ends. You just like to relax her in the way she's put together in her shoulder and her hock. You'd like to see that one set down a little bit nicer, a little more cushion to that rear pastern. Freshen that one up in her front end, but you have to be so impressed with the power that you see in that one. Just tremendous amount of natural shape and muscle. If as long as you can live with being a little more upright in her skeleton, you're going to have her a little higher. But to me, just a little bit too much as far as the way this one, a little more restriction than I prefer, but excellent, excellent from top to bottom out of this trio. Give them a nice hand in this class.
Get into our
Boy, this is an excellent individual to end up with here in the mini Hereford show. Very fresh appearing. Young man's done a really incredible job feeding this one to this point because of the condition that she's in. Very unique looking up through the front 1/3 of her body. You like how her neck just jets right out of the top side of that shoulder. She's got enough body and dimension right there in the center part. Very, very flexible as you watch that one go on the move. Just a real impressive individual to end up with here in the mini Hereford show. Give this young man a nice hand.
bringing that second place heifer in that class. We talked about
Over here is show ring number 1. Your Class 5 winner was Hayden Alexander. Your Class 6 winner, Harper Hurt from Sealing FFA. Your second place was Hayden Hurt from Sealing as well. And third, Jordan Beisel from Cherokee. In your final class, your winner was Landry Cups from the Ada 4-H. Now we'll bring all of our class winners in to show for your champion and reserve champion, mini Hereford breeding heifers.
Hereford here, and just got done talking each one of these heifers in their respective classes. I'm not going to bore you with going through each and every one of them again, but another thing that was so impressive, or the same thing that's been impressive to me throughout these breed shows, is these youngsters that are leading these things. It's pretty incredible watching these youngsters show these cattle and what they can do with them and how they got them broke, and just the presence that they have out here. They know what they need to do, they know how to do it, and when to do it, and that's very, very important. Just so impressive as an evaluator to watch. I get a kick out of watching these children more than I do actually looking at their animals because of what they're doing with them. Give them a great round of applause. There's a couple of them that I think are very, very similar in their type and kind, but there's one that's just extremely striking in what she has to offer and the look she gives us. Young man coming out of the third class right there will have your champion mini. That was a single entry. The young man down here that won the last class down here will have your reserve. Give him a great round of applause.
Congratulations to Hunter Harris. From the Dibble
4-H with your champion, mini Hereford breeding heifer, and your reserve coming out of the last class, Landry Cups from Ada. We'll now show for your mini Hereford breeding heifer bred and owned. Bring our bred and owns in to show for a bred and owned division.
Got a nice heifer to lead off this class. Again, really like her freshness. Heifer's good in terms of her body shape, and I really like the softness of her rear rib and flank. Still pretty stable in terms of her hind legs. Her advantage over the heifer that comes in second is just the way she gets out and just covers a little more real estate from a structure standpoint. I think a real useful heifer there to win the class. I like this heifer here standing still. She's bold. She's got some stoutness to her as you get up on top of her. When we set her in motion,
Well, we get these heifers back out here for this champion bred and owned, and this is really unique and very, very good that we do this for these youngsters, because I mean these were decisions that were made a year ago, 2 years ago, you know, breeding cows, and hopefully it works, and obviously it has for these youngsters. The quality that they have out here, it's a real good deal about this bred and owned because of the time that it's spent prior to this show and how long it takes to get here, and everything's got to work just right for it to be this way. So my compliments and commend each and every one of them. Your champion bred and owned be the young man right here. Reserve is the young lady right in front of him. So give him a nice hand.
Congratulations to your champion, mini Hereford bred and owned, Caden Alexander. And your reserve was Harper Hurt from the Ceiling FFA. Congratulations on our champion and reserve champion, mini Hereford breeding heifers bred and owned. We'll move right into our AOB breeding heifers. Class 1 of our AOBs. Be ready to come to show ring number 1, AOB.
Nice pair to start out here in the AOB's. Real attractive, made one to win this class out of this pair. A real unique looking, and from a profile standpoint, gives up just a little bit as far as the way she can set down on that rear passenger to our second place heifer, but a lot of quality, a real unique look to that heifer to win this class. Young man's heifer, just a little more frail built than our class winner. You just like to stouten that one up, but a real brood cow look to her, real soft made. It looks like a real easy doing kind of heifer, just like to stouten that one up. Very, very good as far as that one in her structure and her skeleton, how she can move.
Good class. I think some give and take here as you get amongst these 4 heifers, and I think each one of them has
Heifers, congratulations to your class winner, Katie Beely from Nawada FFA. And second place, Eli Buxton from Asher FFA. We now have your class 2 of your AOB breeding heifers in show ring number 1, class 2.
Especially these three up here on the front end. You know, there's some differences between them, but there's a lot of similarities as well. Talk about this Black Baldy to win this class. Boy, this is really a unique looking one. How this one balances up, the extension in that front end, good in her chest. She's good at the ground as you watch this one go. Everything stays where it's supposed to when you get that one in motion, and that's what propels her over this heifer in second. You really like this heifer in second as far as her extension, extremely long neck kind of female, long bodied, good bodied. She's got enough depth in her. She's got enough muscle in her. When you get them in motion, this heifer wants to break really bad right there in her loin, and that's why she's where she's at, because boy, this one is really incredible. Has some incredible pieces about this female. Just like to put that one to get a little bit better together right there in her spine and how she handles her spine when you get her in motion. Heifer in third is a lot like the heifer in first when you're just talking about how they're constructed in the top side of their skeleton. She's more genuine, more real in that regard, but there's just not as much heifer there. She's not opened up as much as in her rib shape and her muscle as what we've got in the two in front of her, but incredible structure. Just gets a little bit more refined in her bone work by comparison to the two that walk out ahead of her, but three really unique looking kind of females in this class. Then we get a really nice pattern to this white heifer, just a little bit plainer looking out here, just not the bells and whistles is what we've got in the three ahead of her, but a good kind of female. The young man's black one, good bodied kind of female, just gives up too much as far as overall size and dimension, and I'm sure she's an Aberdeen, which she should, but when you really get to looking at quality and amount of bone work that's underneath that one, just stouting her up in that regard. Excellent, excellent class from top to bottom. Give them a nice round of applause in this class.
Nice pair of heifers here in our limousine show, and very contrasting in terms of type and kind. A little more moderation and just a little more, to me, a little more smoothness in the heifer here that starts the class as you study the way she transitions out of her shoulder into her heart and back into her flank. Going to be a real maintenance-free, problem-free kind of a cow in terms of her build. You know, again, she's not maybe going to blow you away as you just look at her, but hard to pick a great big hole in her just in terms of having some production principles and some practicality to her. We probably have a little more extra here in the heifer that comes in second in terms of foot size and bone work and length, and probably a little more horsepower in this heifer. When we set her in motion, though, she gets a little stiffer in terms of her movement for me. I didn't see her getting out and covering her track quite as nicely. Wants to get just a nickel piece here on us as well, but I like the fact that she's starting to utter down and looks like she's going to enter motherhood here before too long, so like that about her. I just didn't think she blended together quite as nicely from the profile as our heifer that started the class.
Congratulations over here in your class number 2 of your AOB breeding heifers. Your class winner, Eli Robinson from Blanchard 4-H. In second, Mac Murray from Westville. Third, Ben Eddy from Lone Grove. Fourth place, Savannah
James from Morrison. Fifth, Logan Pierce from Cleveland County 4-H. We now have class 3 AOB breeding heifers, class 3.
Placings in Class 15, the Limousine Heifers. Congratulations to Mackenzie Clark from Moreland, and second place to Bailey Smith from the Purin FFA. We're now showing our 16th and final class of Limousine breeding heifers. We'll then select Division 5 champion and move right along to our overall champion reserve selection.
a really deep set of these AOBs here in these marches from top to bottom. It's just really good amount of quality all the way through this class. There's just some minor differences between these heifers. The one to lead off this class just simply overpowers the rest of the class when you really get to looking at how this one constructed, how much heifer's there, the swoop to that rib shape in her. A female is just real maternal looking as well. You get her in motion. You like how she can get out and go with all the flexibility. Her spine stays right when you get her in motion. Just an excellent kind of individual there to start with in this class. Now this Black Baldy that ends up being second, sure one that you're very striking looking, very up-headed, real long up through the front 1/3 of her body. The problem for me is we need to push her tail head back down into her spine. A heifer that isn't quite as blown apart from one end to the other is what we've got in the black heifer right in front of her, but I love the condition that she's in at this stage. I think her better days as she continues to feed will be really good. That heifer's just going to continue to get better and better. There's sure parts and pieces of this red one that you sure gravitate to. The length of that front end, how level designed she is out through her hip. Problem I have with her is right there in the center part of her skeleton. She wants to collapse a little bit more right there at her forerib and how it transitions to her shoulder. Just open her up a little bit on the top side of that skeleton, and that fixes all that, smooths that one up, because there's a lot of good in her. The way that one can get out and go, the extension that she exhibits out here, and the condition that she's in, she's going to continue to get better and better as well. Real nice pattern to this black and white one, just a little more refined in her bone work, not quite as much muscle shape, just a little bit flatter made kind of heifer. Young man does an incredible job getting her shown out here. He's got her broke extremely good. My compliments go out to him. Young lady following in behind him. Just a nice pattern to this heifer. You like how maternal looking she is out here. She's really good in the front 1/3 of her body. Just simply gets overpowered, not the overall natural dimension and frame size is what we've got in the 4 that walk out ahead of her. Give all 5 of these youngsters a nice hand if you would.
Congratulations over here in show ring number 1. Your Class 3 winner in AOB breeding heifers, Brecken Murray from Omega FFA, followed by Emily Woodward from Westville. Third, Connor Summers from Lindsay. Fourth place, Max Murray from Westville. And fifth, Olivia Bondock from Woodland FFA. We now have Class 4 of your AOB breeding heifers.
February, sure, some differences out here, and there's no doubt there's differences in breeds too. I ended up using this black heifer to win, just the most complete looking of the three out here. Very, very smooth in the way she's put together, very sound in her skeleton. I think just the most good out of the trio of these out here. When you're talking about this black heifer, what she puts together and what she has to offer, there's no doubt there's some unique pieces to this red one that ends up second. Just like to smooth this one up. She gets a little bit flatter in her rib shape and coming off of her spine out through her hip, but sure one that you have to admire all the extension and the overall look of that one, and ends up going second. Really a nice pattern to this all red heifer, just a little more refined in her bone work. Like to stouten this one up. Heifer you like from a spine standpoint and levelness of hip, but just like to see just a little bit more heifer here to get around those two that walk out ahead of her.
Congratulations to Class 4 winner of your AOB breeding heifers, Ava Summers from Lindsay 4A.
Boy, this is a really good class, and this is a kind of class. Actually, as farther we get along in this show, it just really makes you excited about what's going to come next. Because when you get classes like this, they're all good. So I mean, it's a lot easier sorting through the good ones than it is the not so good ones, and that's definitely the case in this particular class. This heifer, to lead off his class, is a really nice female. I mean, the way this one's opened up as far as amount of natural thickness and rib shape and depth of rib and still maternal looking out here. Very, very good at the ground as you watch that one go. Everything stays where it's supposed to, and very, very attractive kind of female to win this class. And I'm not going to take anything away from this heifer in second because this is close. It just depends on personal preference or how you perceive these two. But to me, this heifer in second got a little more chest sticking out in front of her. She is just a little bit tubular looking comparatively to our heifer that wins this class. So the chest thing throws her balance off just a little bit. And if you're just comparing how much body or natural dimension they have in them, she gives up just a little bit to our class winner. Young lady does an incredible job showing her. She's got her broke where she wants her. She can do whatever she wants to with her out here, and she does. I mean, she just gets this heifer parked. She gives you an incredible look. My compliments. I commend that little girl for what she's got done with that heifer right there. This heifer in third, sure, some unique parts to this one. Very long and extended in the front 1/3. She's long hip. She gets a little bit easier in her top. She isn't built quite as good or smooth right there in her forerib and how it goes into her shoulder. Just like to smooth her up in that regard. A lot of positives in this heifer that ends up going third. Good kind of heifer. Then we get a couple different kinds out here. I'm sure we got just a little bit different breed in this heifer coming in fourth. To me, there's just a little more quality. There's a little more natural shape in her for her size, her frame size. I like the build of that kind of heifer. She just gives up too much as far as overall mass and overall look to those three that walk out ahead of her. You like how maternal looking this young man's heifer is. She just gets a little bit flatter made, not quite as unique looking up through the front 1/3, a little bit plainer in that regard. I like to pretty that one up and stouten her up from a muscle standpoint, but a good doing brood cow looking female that we end up with in this class. Give them a nice round of applause in this class of AOBs.
All right, congratulations over here in ring 2 to our
Congratulations over here to your Class 5 of your AOB breeding heifers. Your class winner, Gentry Sullivan from Sterling FFA, followed by Lislin Elwell from Fairview 4-H. Third, Lincoln Brannons and Stewart. Fourth, Sierra Emerson Bealey from Nowata. And fifth, Riley Phillips from Westville. You now have Class 6 of your AOB breeding heifers in show ring number 1, Class 6.
I'd also like to announce our in-ring showmanship winners over here in the limousine breeding heifer division. The in-ring showmanship, our junior division champion is Rhett Butler, and our intermediate, Calvin Kinder, and senior, Kobe Scoggins. Those would be your in-ring limousine champion showmans. Congratulations, Rhett, Calvin, and Kobe. Also want to be sure and thank our judge for the limousine heifers over here in ring number 2. Want to thank Dr. Blake Bloomberg. Blake comes to us from Blackhawk East Junior College. He's a judging team coach up there. He's coached across the country at OSU and Texas A&M. Does an outstanding job, and we appreciate Dr. Bloomberg here in ring number 2.
November and December end up going with the November heifer, this Hereford Mark female. Just more heifer here when you really get to comparing the two of them out. There's more bone underneath her. There's more natural substance and dimension to her and her rib shape and muscle shape. A heifer that you like from a profile standpoint as well. She gives you a really nice look in that regard. Real fresh appearing black heifer right behind her. There's no doubt about that. You have to be very appreciative of that in that regard. With that heifer, there's just not as much there. She's really straight and true in her lines, level out through her hip, a little more refined in her bone work, just stouting that one up, just a little more heifer there to get around that Hereford marked one in this class.
Congratulations here in your Class 6. Your Class 6 winner, Emily Woodward from West.
Followed by Candy Emerson Bealey from Nowata. We now bring in Class 7 of your AOB breeding heifers.
Congratulations, Limousine breeding heifer bred and owned exhibitors, the champion McKinley Palmetry from the Jones FFA and Olivia Landreth from Lamega was reserved. We're going to move right into our main breeding heifers here in ring number 2.
Got a September and August heifers out here, end up using this September to win. They're very, very similar in their type, just a little bit different as far as the breed is why there's difference in frame and overall power and the difference in the overall performance of these things. So you really get to looking at how they're constructed and how they're put together and the look they give you. Like I said, they're very, very similar. But to me, there's just a little bit more heifer, obviously, more natural muscle shape, more true width in this heifer to lead off this class. Very good at the ground. As you watch this one go, it's very flexible. She's got some reach when you see her go. Just a really nice individual you really gravitate to for the overall look of her. Nothing against this young lady's heifer that ends up second. The same applies with that heifer. Just a little bit narrower built, just not as opened up in their overall makeup and her skeleton is what we've got in the young man's heifer, but a good, high-quality individual that ends up going second.
Really nice pair of heifers here to start off our main show here. I think these are both very quality individuals. Heifer that starts the class is just built a little stouter as you take her to the foundation and to the surface. She's really got a cocky look about her as you get off to her from the side. She's got some midrib and some body in her. I think just a real useful individual with a lot of look, a lot of balance, and a lot of attractiveness here to win the class. This is as nice a second place heifer as we've had in a calf class, one that's really good in the turn of her body, one that's got some spring rib and some volume to her. She's probably not quite as good in the way she transitions in her shoulder into her heart as our heifer that starts the class. Probably not quite as heavy in terms of her construction, but really a nice heifer. I think a very promising future to that one. That's a good pair of cattle that get us started off right here in the main show.
Congratulations over here in ring number 1, your Class 7 placings.
Your class winner, Garrett Dobson from Newkirk FFA, followed by Ava Summers from Lindsay. We now have Class 8 AOB breeding heifers, Class 8, into the show ring.
Some manes and a really eye-appealing.
There's some differences in these four head of cattle out here. The one thing about it, this heifer to lead off is the soundest, most maternal looking of the four out here. When she hit the ring, it was pretty easy where she was going to go. The way this one's put together, you know, she gives up a little bit of overall power to our second place heifer, but there's a lot of good in her. It's from a function standpoint, a productivity standpoint. That's why she's leading off this class. Sure, if you want to just pick them stout, you like them stout, you're going to have this heifer in second winning this class. But to me, she gets a little more upright in her front end. She doesn't have quite the flexibility. She's more restricted when you ask her to go. She's a little bit plainer fronted kind of female in her neck and up through her head, and to heifers on either side of her, but you sure have to be impressed with the amount of power and muscle and shape that we see in that one. Real nice brood cow look to this red heifer that goes third. Just a little more refined in her overall makeup and bone work, muscle. Gives up too much as far as the ones that go walk out ahead of her, but no doubt going to be an excellent brood cow. Same with the young ladies. Little red heifer, a little more refined in the way she comes to us. Just like to see just a little bit more heifer there from one end to the other, but you really like the front end of that one. She's good at the ground, very sound in her overall skeleton. Nice class from top to bottom, just a little bit different kinds.
Congratulations to your Class 8 winner, AOB Breeding Heifers, Savannah James from Morrison FFA. Second place, Jet Smith from Chelsea. Third, Eli Buxton from Asher. And fourth, Jane Atkins from Rogers County 4-H. We welcome Class 9 of your AOB Breeding Heifers into show ring number 1.
Congratulations to Berkeley McKay from the Mohole Orlando FFA chapter. Second goes to Kobe Kessler from the Stratford FFA. Cooper Soley from Okima is third. Adler Ball from Chandler is fourth. And fifth is Eden Christian from the McLean County 4-H Club. Congratulations, and now we're going to select our Division I champion.
Real good division of these high main heifer calves here to start off our show, and it kind of makes you stand up, pay attention a little bit here. There's some war horses out here that I think have some good in them. To be honest with you, after looking at these, I'm glad I didn't buy my kids a high main to show this year because I don't know I want any part of any of these. They're pretty good. This heifer that wins that first class, I really like her stoutness. I think she's got some substance to her. Got a real quality look about her as you study her from the side. I just think a real good individual that's got a promising future. I like this second heifer a lot as you study her silhouette and her profile. Again, just a very balanced, very proportional heifer. You know, I don't know that she's as crack open as the one behind her today, but I think that female certainly does have a lot of future. She's got the right running gear. Her silhouette is just gorgeous from the side. I like the fact that she's still juvenile in her look. She looks like she's got some continuation to her. I really like this Baldy heifer that wins Class 3, just robust in her ribs, really good in terms of her center body, got the right kind of hind leg construction, and still really attractive up through her front end. Just a lot to her today, but yet I still think a female that's got that continuation look to her. I think another good one there out of Class 3. Got some nice seconds down here as well. I'd be real complimentary to all three of them. They're cattle that I'd sure keep brushing on and feeding throughout the summer because you never know how things are going to come together. I think just very good in terms of their look and their eye appeal. So this has been a really good division here and a fun way to start off. Our champion, though, comes out of Class 3, this Baldy heifer. She'll be our division champion. I like that second place heifer, too. We talked about having some substance, just maybe not quite as much wow factor as our heifer that ends up being our champion. Again, I think it's still close as you get them out here. They're both, all three, really good. Both of our class winners are good as well. I do like this heifer in the middle, though, to be our reserve here in this very competitive first division. Good job to these kids.
Congratulations to Berkeley McKay for your Division I champion main heifer. And reserve champion out of class number 2, exhibited by Austin Olson from the Nowata FFA. Moving right on to class number 4.
Well, we're almost done with these AOBs, and I think this is the next to last class of these things, and what a class this is. This is pretty incredible from top to bottom, and, you know, you can do a lot of different things. I'm sure 5 different judges are going to have 5 different class winners out here, but to me, there's a heifer out here that just puts a lot of really good things together. The condition of that heifer, the soundness of her, the look of her out here. She's real productive looking, a heifer that you really gravitate to for a lot of different reasons, and that's this heifer that wins this class. Does she blow you away with muscle or natural shape? No, she doesn't. But she's very angular. She's very feminine. She's just good cattle right here to win this class. Just an excellent, excellent individual. Heifer here in second. If you could just take the neck out of her, this heifer gets just a little bit cresty neck, a little more chest in her, throws her balance off comparatively to our class winner, but sound, good looking, a lot of heifer here. Very, very good individual that ends up going second. One and third. You just like, if you're just going to pick them on front end, she wins this class. There's no doubt about it. That heifer is beautiful in her neck, how clean made she is. The problem I have with her is right behind her shoulders, she wants to come apart a little bit, and when you get her in motion, she isn't as true and flexible and fluent in her motion as what we've got in those two that walk out ahead of her. So there's things that you can do with each and every one of these top three. Just depends on how you like them or where you put your priorities. Next heifer. Take the chest out of her, she's probably going to win this class. But with that amount of chest in her and the condition back there at her tail head and her pins, it throws her balance off. But beautiful as far as being a brood cow. Look to her. Tremendous as far as the rib shape and depth of body in her. Good at the ground as well. As you watch that one go, she just doesn't balance up quite as nice. Same with the black baldy. Very, very similar. There's just too much chest in her. You like how much heifer's here as far as shape and muscle and overall power. Just like to pretty that one up in her front end. Really excellent kind of black heifer, a young man in the cowboy hat's got. And I know she's a different breed out here, but real unique looking in the front 1/3 of her body. We have to be so impressed with that. She's good in her skeleton. She just gets overpowered in this class when you're really looking at comparing cattle out here. There's just not enough heifer, but, you know, I understand that she's probably a different breed as well. Nice young man here in the greens does a nice job. He got her broke good, gets her showed well. Just a little bit plainer design heifer, a little more refined in her overall makeup, stouting that one up. Excellent, excellent class from top to bottom. Give him a nice hand in these AOBs.
Congratulations to your Class 9 winner.
That's a nice heifer to end up with here in AOBs this February. Young lady done a nice job getting this one presented out here. Real good look to this one, real straight line, real level up through her hip, real maternal look to her up through her front end. My compliments go out to her. Give her a nice hand with this single entry to end up with her here in the AOBs.
Congratulations to Olivia Bondot from Woodland FFA. She'll be your Class 10 winner. Now we'll bring all of our class winners in to show for your champion and reserve champion AOB breeding heifers.
Go through, pick this champion AOB. I mean, this has been really an enjoyable show to go through, and we've had a lot of different breeds out here, and that's what's made it actually enjoyable trying to piece that all together in a comfortable way that I would be comfortable with. And you know, there you have to figure out what you can live with and what is more important. So you know, there's a lot of things that go into this particular AOB show, but when you get this much quality out here, because there's going to be a few of them that's going to be mad when this is over because they didn't get a piece of this AOB, and they should be, because they have a really good heifer. There's no doubt about it. It just comes down to personal preference, and at this point, and you know, just what I see out here for the last 15 minutes or however long they've been out here, and you all have seen them. You know, some of these heifers their whole life, and you know the holes, and you know they're good things. So you know that it's quite a bit different, and just the way these things are presented in this particular show is incredible. I mean, some of these things are just unbelievable on how well they're presented and what they have to offer. And you can't take a bad one and make it into a good one. There's no. I do understand that. I've been there and tried to do that, and you can't do it. You can't do it. So what you do is just accent the good things about these good cattle by getting them presented the way you do, and that is so impressive. These young people have done just an excellent job. Give them a great hand, and I'll show you which two I like in the AOBs.
Congratulations to your champion AOB out of Class 5. That would be Gentry Sullivan from the Sterling FFA. And your reserve will come out of Class 2, Eli Robinson from the Blanchard 4-H. Congratulations to our champion and reserve champion AOB breeding heifer. We'll now show for our AOB breeding heifers bred and owned. Our bred and owned.
here in the AOBs, and sure impressive. I said it before in one of these AOB shows that in the bred and owned part that these decisions were made a couple years ago, and you know everything's just got to work right, and your cow's got to be good enough, and you got to take care of it good enough, and just everything's got to work out just exactly right to get to this point, and just the quality that's out here is pretty impressive, no doubt about it, because of what they've had to go through to this point. It's pretty easy for me. There's two that I like extremely well out of this lineup of these bred and owns. This red heifer is your champion bred and owned, and the black heifer and the young man there in the blue will have your reserve. Congratulations. Give them a nice hand.
Very, very good class of these high main females here, and probably as deep as we've gone all the way from top to bottom all day long. And I think just a lot of good heifers in this particular class.
B over here and talk about this little red and baldy over here to my left is sure a real smooth made, pretty made kind of female. You gravitate to her because the way she gets her parked out here gives you incredible look from a profile standpoint. Then this black heifer right here in front of me, a real brood cow look to her. She look no doubt like a year older in age. So I mean, getting close to calving, or you can see that she's gonna carrying a calf, and that's what she's supposed to do, but a real productive, real maternal look to her. She's got really big legs underneath her. She's really stout featured from one end to the other. You know, in comparison, there's a little bit more bone there than the red heifer, but, you know, she's a year older as well. So, I mean, there's some really good things about both of these, and you just have to make your mind up what you prefer out of these two, or what you think is you would rather have if you were just going to take them home. And if it was me, taking one of them home out of the pair, I'd prefer the black heifer. There's just more heifer here, more brood cow look. She'll be your champion percentage. Red heifer will be reserved. Congratulations. Give them a nice hand.
Nice set of females here in our second division of the main show, and it's been really good thus far.
Over here in show ring number 1 to kind of catch you up to speed, your AOB breeding heifers bred and owned champion was Avon Moon, followed by Jarrett Dobson. And then your American registered percentage champion was Tyler Pettigrew, and your reserve, Tyler Pitchford from Warner 4-H. We're now going to bring in our champion for our other registered breed Supreme Drive.
Congratulations to our Division II champion from the Heifer FFA, Brenna Herndon, and of class number 5 and reserve, also out of class 5, Hudson Carter from the Stratford FFA chapter. Moving right into class number 6 of the main breeding heifer show here in ring number 2.
These other breeds, and it's pretty easy when you got these three out here what you want. I'm going to gravitate to, and for reserve it's going to get really close, so there's no doubt about it. We bring the reserve and the one I'm going to use back out here, it's sure going to get close. But the one, and I'm not going to delay this at all, I mean I've really enjoyed going through these AOBs, and enjoyed your youngsters and just the quality that I've seen out here. Give them a nice hand for the Supreme AOB. Your champion is Black Heifer right here in the middle. She'll be your Supreme AOB.
Congratulations to your champion of the registered breed. Supreme will be Gentry Sullivan with the AOB. That'll bring in our reserve AOB, Eli Robinson, to show for reserve.
We'll use this red heifer here to lead off this class of, I think, November females here. Very stout, very dimensional kind of a heifer. I like
The Supreme AOB, and there's two of them out here that you can just flip a coin. There's no doubt about it. You like the other one that I'm not going to use? That's perfectly fine with me. You want to chew on me afterwards? I don't care. I mean, you're just flipping quarters here, just splitting hairs on which one that you prefer. The Reserve Supremes, the Mini Hereford down there.
Congratulations to Hunter Harris. He'll be your reserve other registered breed champion, reserve champion with the Mini Hereford, Hunter Harris.
Congratulations over here in ring number 2 for your class.
We're now starting our Charlet Heifers Class 1 in the show ring number 1. First class of Charlet breeding heifers.
Looking in this first class of these Charolais, boy, what an impressive 4 heifers out here we got in front of us right now. And there's some differences out here. I ended up using this oldest heifer in the class to win. Just to me, a real complete, sound individual that's real attractive up through the front 1/3 of her body. She's got some length. It comes out high enough out of that shoulder, and she's really good in the way she's put together from front to rear. And I ended up using one of the younger heifers in the class to go second. A heifer that's really green out here. She just needs more days on feed. And it's not quite as much heifer there. In comparison, she's the lighter boned of heifers on either side of her, but so good in the front 1/3 of her body as well. Just so attractive in the way this one is put together. I think as time goes on, she's just going to continue to get better. A big, big future in front of that one. A heifer that really stout, big, massive kind of females, the one here in third. There's no doubt about it. To me, she's a little more opened up in her shoulders. She's a little shorter and thicker in her neck. Heifer, they just like to tone down in that regard, just flatten her out in her shoulder, lengthen her out in that front end. But so impressive from a performance standpoint, big, rugged kind of female. Just like to put that one together a little nicer in her top and how it goes into her shoulder. Then the young man's heifer that we end with, sure, a straight line, level-hipped, attractive kind of female, just not enough of her. Gets a little bit flatter made coming off of her spine and her rib shape and then in her muscle shape in comparison to 3 head that walk out ahead of her. But excellent quality in that heifer as well. Give them a nice round of applause in this first class of Charolais.
Results are back over here in ring number 2 in the main Anjou Breeding Heifer Show. Division 3 champion, congratulations to Jensen Newport for the exhibitor out of class number 7, and Rudy Kroll is reserve out of class number 6.
Your first class of your Charolais breeding heifers, congratulations to your class winner, Emerson Poole from the Mulhall Orlando FFA, followed by Michaela Berg from Perkins. Third, Brinley Lewis from Morrison. And your fourth place, Sadie Weaver from Cashion. We now have Class 2 of your Charolais breeding heifers in show ring number 1.
Get into these summerborns here in our main show. And a nice pair of heifers, again, very different in type and kind. The stock and foot.
This is the most competitive class I've seen to this point and throughout this show. You're just talking about 4 animals with this much quality in them. This is your class right here. This is really incredible. And it just kind of depends on how you want to line them up. You really can't make a wrong decision no matter which one you start with in this class because it's going to be a good one. There's no doubt about it. I end up using, to me, the most complete opened up heifer of the 4 out here. When you really look at how this one's put together and what she has to offer, and then you get her in motion, that's what propels her to the top of this class. So broody looking, yet so elegant up through that front end, flat shouldered, long enough hip. She's got enough bone to complement everything above that. Just a really nice place to start in this class. This yellow one really teases the heck out of me until you get her in motion. That's where she struggles. On heifers on either side of her, actually. She's the one that's the most rigid in her pastern as you watch her go, but what an incredible look to one. The unique looking front end, just long and extended, really good in her top and her hip. Just incredible the amount of quality that's out in that one. If you could just relax her just a little bit in the way she goes. The greenest one of the 3, or the whole class out here, just one here in 3rd. There's no doubt about it. She gives up just a little bit as far as overall power and muscle and shape to heifers on either side of her, but so good in the way this one comes to us. You like how this one can get out and go as well. She just needs more time because this is a really nice heifer that just got overpowered a little bit today. Heifer with the most power in her. It's the biggest muscled. The stoutest one of the 4 is this one that ends up 4th. But to me, she gets a little bit rounder in her shoulder, rounder out through her hip, and she struggles just a little bit as you watch her go in comparison to the 3 that walk out ahead of her. She wants to short stride just a little bit. She doesn't step down as true on that front end as well, but a really stout, big-ended, big-muscled kind of heifer that ends up 4th. Nice class. Give them a nice round of applause in this second class of Charolais.
Congratulations to your Class 2 winner, your Charolais breeding heifers, Parker Buck from Adair FFA, followed by Reed Groves from Beggs. 3rd place, Eston Hardy from Ryan FFA, and 4th, Joanne Bilger from Lomega FFA. We now have your Class 3 of your Charolais breeding heifers into the show ring, Class 3.
It's a nice trio of females here.
Another really good class of these Charolais. You get in these marches, heifer to lead off the class just opened up a little bit more for me as far as natural skeletal width, natural muscle and shape, and yet still give you a good enough look from a profile standpoint. You get her in motion, she can get out and go, and everything stays where it's supposed to. Here in second and third, you can do, different things if you want to, move one up or move one down. I opted to go with this little bit flatter made kind of a heifer just on her structure. I mean, her skeleton's a little bit better. She's a little sounder as you watch her go. Everything stays where it's supposed to in her top, and she can hold her top right. Heifer that's really unique looking from an overall profile standpoint. There's just not as much heifer there as far as muscle shape and rib shape coming off her spine to heifers on either side of her. This heifer coming here in third, sure like the way this one comes to us. She's round ribbed. She's got some natural muscle and shape in her. She wants to roll up in her top just a little bit. You get this one in motion. I just like to see her move with a little bit more flexibility, but a real nice pattern, real nice balanced heifer that ends up going third. Then the young man's heifer that goes fourth, just a little bit plainer made up through her head and her neck. You just like to freshen her up in that regard, but she's got enough muscle and shape in her, is going to go on and make a really nice cow and do some really good things for that young man. My compliments go out to him for the kind of heifer she is. Just like to pretty that one up. But excellent from top to bottom in this class. Give him a good hand.
Another nice pair of main heifers here in this.
Getting into these February Charolais, sure, a competitive class and some differences in out here in this class, but there's one thing for sure: the smoothest made, freshest appearing heifer is the one leading off this class. This thing really does look good. I like the condition she's in. You know, she's really good as far as the Springer rib, the depth of rib, everything just kind of fits together on that one in comparison to what we got in this class. Just a really unique individual that's got a lot of good to offer to lead off this class. The next best heifer to me is this one coming in second. She's just a little bit more opened up in her shoulder. I just like to tone her down, push her point of her shoulder into her just a little bit. She just gets a little bit coarse in that regard, but big bellied, a lot of true substance and overall depth of body and Springer rib to that heifer. Just like to smooth her up in her shoulder. She need to level her up just a little bit in her hip, and that's what I really like about this heifer coming in third. She is a little bit leveler hip kind of heifer, but there's a little bit more chest sticking out in front of her front legs, and it throws her balance off just a little bit. Not quite as deep a flank kind of female as what we've got in second, but a real straight line, good looking one that's really up-headed, that's real attractive when you get off to the side of her. A little bit flatter made heifer going out right now. The young lady in blue not showing very well for her out here, but really long and extended kind of female. Just wants to collapse a little bit more right there in her forerib, just smooth her up in that regard. And then the young man that follows in behind her, got a really nice pattern to this heifer. A lot of really nice things about this one. It needs to go on, and we'll go on and make a really nice brood cow at some point because of all the length of body, the length of hip, and just the pure quality that we see in that one. Just not quite the bells and whistles of the heifers that walked out ahead of her.
Congratulations over here in Class 3. Your winner earlier was Ridge Spray from Sharon Mutual 4H. Second place is Katie Heifer from Dale. Third, Cash Lamley from O'Keene. And fourth, Jacob Henney from Skytook. In your Class 4 results, congratulations to Trip Earls from the Harmon County 4H. He'll be your class winner, followed by Stryker Howitt from Hera. Third place, Micah Brumley from Russ Springs. Fourth, Jaden Eastwood from Caddo. And fifth, Keegan Hardy from Ryan. We now have Class 5 of your Charolais breeding heifers in show ring number 1. Class 5.
This class of Charolais Heifers, sure some good kind of females in these Januaries out here. And there's some gives and takes up here on this front end of this pair of heifers. You know, to me, I went with a heifer that's a little bit stouter, a little bit bigger legged, a little more extended, a little more pleasing in the front 1/3 of her body than the heifer in second. She's a little bit deeper in her rib cage for me. A heifer that isn't quite as smooth built right there at her forerib, and how it hooks to her shoulder is the heifer coming here in second, but she's a lot better in the way she gets out and goes. This heifer in second, just a little bit shorter in her reach, gives up a little bit of bone work as you watch this one move as far as the way she travels around the ring, but so attractive from her shoulders back, the way she's put together in her spine and out through her hip. Very, very good in that regard. Heifer coming here in third, just gives up a little bit as far as overall power to both these heifers, but real attractive, especially up through that heifer's front end. She's real up-headed, really good in that regard. That's what gets her over this heifer coming here in fourth. Just a little bit shorter, thicker neck kind of female, a little bit more jammed up in that regard. Not quite as levelly designed out through her hip, but real good in the center part of her body, the amount of rib shape and depth that she has in that regard. Excellent. 4 heifers in this class of January Charolais.
Congratulations to your Class 5 winner, your Charolais breeding heifers, Avery Dugan from Fairland, FFA, followed by Jackson Staggs from Purcell, third, Waverly Schneeberger from Burns Flat, Hill City, fourth, Katie Haismer from Dale, FFA. We now have Class 6 of your Charolais breeding heifers in show ring number 1, Class 6.
All right, congratulations, main on Jew exhibitors. Our champion overall out of Division 2, Trina Herndon. Reserve champion, Berkeley McKay out of Division 1. And third best from Division 3, Jensen Newport. Congratulations, main on Jew breeding heifer exhibitors. Jump right over here to the main breeding heifers bred and owned class.
Logical how this class fits together. We really get to looking at what each of these heifers have to offer. This heifer to win this class, just the most complete, smoothest made, levelest design female of the 4 out here. She's got enough brood cow look to her. She's really feminine and angular up through that front end as well. Sure do like a lot of things about this heifer in second. As far as her body shape, her depth of body, the amount of muscle she has in her, she just gets a little bit rounder in the way this one comes to us today. She's not as levelly designed in her overall top and up through her hip, one that can get out and go, very flexible when you get that one in motion. A little bit flatter made, the young man here in green, kind of female, one that you really like, the overall length of body, the length of front end, just like to see just a little bit more natural shape on her. comparatively to the two heifers that walk out ahead of her. And then the young lady's heifer that follows in behind her, real brood cow look to that female, really maternal look to her, just a little bit flatter made kind of heifer on her rib shape and her muscle shape, just stouting her up in those two regards. But excellent quality from top to bottom in these fall heifers of Charolais.
Congratulations, main breeding exhibitors here in the bred and owned. Of course, Berkeley McKay would have exhibited your champion from the Mulhall Orlando FFA chapter, and reserve from the Owasso chapter, Lily Baker. Congratulations to all the main on-view breeding heifer exhibitors, and we're going to move right along to the maintainers.
Congratulations over here in show ring number 1, your class 6 of your Charolais heifers. Class winner, Shayla Dismukes from Shakota 4-H, followed by Jordan Jackson. Third, Hazen Rossi from Quinton 4-H. Fourth, Alexis Ewan from Broken Arrow FFA. We now welcome Class 7 of your Charolais breeding heifers. Class 7.
smooth made kind of female, especially up through her front end or shoulder, how it lays in. Just an excellent, excellent individual, in my opinion, to win this class. This heifer coming here in second. If this heifer could move just a little bit freer, she gets just a little bit restricted as you watch her go. She wants to short stride just a little bit farther along in calf for me, and by comparison to the one that walks out in front of her. But really good as far as the shape of that one. You like how good she is in her lines. A female that has a lot of really nice things to offer. There's no doubt about that. Then heifer coming here in third. I mean, this is a really nice heifer, but by comparison, she's a little bit coarser in the way this one comes to us, in her shoulder, a little more neck in this heifer. She's pushed a little bit more condition up in that regard, up in that area for this heifer, but a really good-bodied, sound individual, but just a little bit coarser made for me in her tail head and up in her shoulder than comparatively to the two that walk out ahead of her. But excellent trio of females. My compliments go out to those exhibitors.
Congratulations to your Class 7 of your Charolais breeding heifers. Your winner, Devin Frazier from Meeker FFA. Second place, Kylan Oaks from Arapahoe Butler. Third, Claire Cunningham from Locust Grove. We now have Class 8 of your Charolais breeding heifers. Class 8 into the show ring.
Well, over here in the Charlet show, this has been a real enjoyable, challenging class to go through right here. We get into these older heifers, and some of them are a little farther along in calf, and what they have to offer, and the presentation on them is pretty incredible at this point. You know, and I'm sure there's different. That's why they're where they're at, or different endpoints, and what you've done with them prior to this. But I don't know that. I'm just judging them today. And so I've just taken it for granted that this is what you want to do, so this is what's going to happen. To me, up here on this front end, these first three heifers, you can do whatever you want to with them. I'm comfortable with what I did out here. I love this heifer to win this class just on her dimension, her three-dimension skeleton out here, so sound in the way this one can go, so maternal looking in the udder that's coming underneath her, and the depth of body, the springer rib, just everything just fits together extremely well on her. A real flat-shouldered kind of female to go along with that. Just the overwhelming maternal look to that one is pretty incredible. And I'm not trying to take anything away from this heifer in second. She is very similar that way. That's why she's here, because of the look that she gives us as well. A real flat-shouldered heifer in her regard, a real good-looking one from a profile standpoint. To me, she just doesn't have the natural dimension to her. She's not as opened up in her skeleton as what we've got in the one that walked out right ahead of her, but beautiful in the way this one's presented. Gets a little more refined in her bone work to heifers on either side of her. Gives up just a little bit in that regard, but that's not enough to really hammer her. That's just differences that I see out here. This heifer coming here in third, boy, what a unique individual this heifer is. To me, that she's just not far enough along in calf. I'd like to see just a little bit more maternal look to her, but as far as how one is constructed, the look that she gives us out here is just pretty incredible. Pushing a little bit more condition up in her neck than what the two heifers that walk out ahead of her, but that's nitpicking. A really nice female to me. The next heifer coming out, you really like the power and the shape and the design of that one. Just gets overpowered in this class by three heifers that are really nice ahead of her. Then we get a little bit flatter made kind of female. Gets a little bit racier looking out here, just a little more depth of flank in this female. You like the bone work that's underneath her. Push her tail head back down into her spine just a little bit. Then that'll level up her top. And the young lady's heifer that follows in behind her, sure one that you like from an overall performance standpoint. She's got a lot of really good things about her. She's good at the ground. She can get out and go. Just a little bit plainer design up through her front end. Like to pretty that one up the way she's constructed out through her hip. But excellent class from top to bottom in this Charlet class.
Your Class 8 placings, congratulations to the class winner, Bentley Baldwin from the Tologa 4H. Second place, Bexley McGill from Thackerville 4H. Third, Devery Darbone from Stevens County. Fourth, Eston Hardy from Ryan FFA. Fifth, Liddy Novick from Okarche. And sixth, Hannah Dawson from Idabel FFA. We now move to your Class 9 and your final class of Charlet breeding heifers.
We'll get to the results back over here in ring 2 on that class number 2 of the Maintainer Breeding Heifers show. Nice big class with 11 head. Congratulations to Emery Cowley from the Morrison FFA is first place. Second place, Jackson Witzenberger from Winoka FFA. Third is Hallie Barron from Oolagaw. Catherine Cross from Comanche is fourth. Fifth is Riley Harper from Skiatook.
females out here. Real good doing, easy doing kind of heifer to start with. A lot softer built kind of heifer. A heifer to me just balances up a lot nicer from front to rear. She's got enough extension to that front end to complement how much body and overall power she's got in her. A little more extended kind of female coming here in second by comparison, but a heifer to me that doesn't balance up quite as nice and not quite the depth of flank in her. She gets just a little bit racier bellied out here by comparison, but this young lady gets her parked out here. She gives you a really nice look from a profile standpoint. Two excellent heifers to end up with here in the Charleys.
Placings in Class 3 of the maintainers over here in ring number 2. Congratulations, Kai Tyler from Warner, FFA, first place exhibitor. Jack Griswold from Ripley is second. Irie Davidson from Ringwood is third. Fourth goes to Connor Rolloff from the Lawton 4-H Club. Colin Smith from Sharon Mutual, FFA, is fifth. Sixth place goes to Matthew Hamill from the Cashin 4-H. Seventh place, Dalton Hall from Ripley. Eighth is Grace Frizz from the Geronimo FFA chapter. And Carter Eden from Hera is ninth.
Your final class of Charolais breeding heifers, Class 9 placings. Congratulations to your class winner. It was Kendall Sadler from Ripley, followed by Lindley Nichols from Sealing FFA. We're now showing for your champion and reserve champion Charolais breeding heifer, champion and reserve champion drive of the Charolais breeding heifer in ring number 1.
I'll pick a champion Charolais here in a few minutes, and boy, another breed. It sounds like a broken record, but how impressive this was going through this breed. This has been excellent. Each and every one of these classes has been incredible to go through, and the good thing is I was able to find what I liked, and that's not always the case, but boy, it was in this show. And this breed has changed so much over the years. It's really easy to look at these things now. You like to look at them because of what they have to offer to the industry, you know, and the functionability of these things is pretty incredible. I've talked about your youngsters throughout these shows, and this show is no different. These young people just do fantastic job getting these cattle shown. You know, and I've said it before, you know, it comes down to personal preference, just how the cattle appear to you that day. And, you know, everybody's different. There's no doubt about it, and that's a good thing, because if we all like the same things, there wouldn't be any sense in having these or having different people judge them. We could just stay home and watch it on the computer, place them from there. But I've really enjoyed this show. Give all these exhibitors a great round of applause, and I'll show you the 2 or 3 that I like.
Congratulations to your champion out of Class 7, Devin Frazier from the Meeker FFA, your champion Charolais. Your reserve out of Class 4, Trip Earls from Harmon County 4-H.
And your bronze, 3rd overall, will be out of Class 1, Emerson Poole from Mulhall, Orlando. Congratulations to all of our Charolais exhibitors. We'll move right into our percentage Charolais show in just a few minutes.
Good class.
third overall was Parker Buck. Correction there, Parker Buck.
From Adair FFA, congratulations.
Known and still haven't been disappointed throughout this show. And even when we get these bred knowns out here, how much quality is standing here. And I've said it before and talked about how long it's been or what decisions had to be made a couple years ago to get to this point. So I want to elaborate on that. But you get these out here. There's two that actually fit together extremely well, and you really get to looking at the cattle. For this champion bred known, I like the young lady that comes out of this big heifer down here on the end. She'll be your champion. Young man right there in the blue with the yellow one will have reserve. Congratulations. Give him a nice hand.
Congratulations to Kylan Oaks. She'll be your champion. Charlotte bred and owned. Kylan Oaks from Rapo Butler FFA. And your reserve will be Reed Groves from the Beggs FFA. Congratulations to Reed. Will be your reserve, Charlotte bred and owned.
This is a nice division of maintainer heifers.
We get into this first class of these percentage Charolais. Sure, some differences between these two heifers, but both very good. Just a little bit different. I like a more pleasing front end in this yellow and white one to win this class. More unique in that regard, a little more angularity and femininity about her front end. She transitions a little bit smoother from her forerib to her shoulder than does the gray heifer. Real good bodied kind of female. You like the bone work that's underneath her as well. This gray heifer, sure, long and extended kind of heifer. A heifer you just like to clean her up just a little bit in the front 1/3 of her body. A heifer that you like the amount of muscle and shape that she has in her. Just smooth her up and clean her up in her front end to get her over that yellow and white one at this point. But two very high quality individuals to start out this show with.
Congratulations, Jack Griswold, second place. Out of class number 3, the Reserve Division 1 champion.
Your first class of your Charolais, percentage Charolais breeding heifers. Your class winner. Congratulations, Elizabeth Sliger from Tupelo FFA, followed by Bria Kiner from Madill. We now have class 2 of percentage Charolais heifers in show ring number 1, class 2.
Step in behind them, how you prefer them or how I prefer them, especially up here between these first two. This heifer to win this class puts a lot of really good things together. She's so good in her front end. She's got enough bone work underneath her. She's got enough muscle and shape in her to propel her over this heifer in second. There's no doubt about it because it's basically the same look. She's a little bit nicer right down in her chest as well. But you sure do have to like the body composition of this heifer coming here in second, really green condition-wise. Her better days are probably ahead of her with the amount of bone work that's underneath her, as long as she'll continue to fill out and smooth out right there in her forerib and how it hooks to her shoulder, because it gives you a really nice look from a profile standpoint. No doubt the stoutest of the top three is this one coming here in third. You're just going to muscle cut them and place them on stoutness. You're going to gravitate to this one. But to me, she just gets a little bit more terminal looking, especially in her shoulder and her neck and her head comparatively to the two heifers that go out ahead of her. But really stout. You really have to admire that about that female that goes out in third. Then a little bit flatter made kind of female, really fresh appearing condition-wise, but doesn't balance up quite right. Gets a little bit higher in her flank. Not as much bone work underneath this one. Just like to stouten her up in that regard. But real nice brood cow look to that heifer that goes out in fourth.
Congratulations to Class 2 winner, Caitlin Crutherd from Granfield FFA, followed by Taylor Spray from Sharon Mutual, and third, Gentry Penny from Skyatook, fourth, Katie Dismukes from Shakota 4-H. We now have Class 3 of your percentage Charlet into show ring number 1, Class 3.
Real nice heifer to lead off this class. Very attractive, very feminine in terms of her makeup. Like the way this heifer gets out and travels extremely well. Got a good look about her as you study her and with some dimension and just a lot of presence to that heifer. Female that comes in second's got a lot to her in terms of her midrib and her drop to her flank. She's got a lot of volume as well. She doesn't have quite the presence up front as our heifer that starts the class. Doesn't maybe get up out of her shoulders quite as nice as that heifer that ends up winning the blue ribbon, but still real useful individual. This heifer in third, I think she's got a bright future. She's just got to settle in a little bit out here. I like her stoutness of feature. I like the fact that she's got maybe just a nickel more substance at the ground than the heifer that goes in second. She's a little gathered in her knee, and she just doesn't handle her shoulder or her rear leg quite as comfortably as that heifer that goes in second. If she did, I think we could switch that pair. Young lady's doing a good job with her heifer in four. She's sharp up front, very attractive. Her heifer just runs out of stoutness. She's a little smaller footed, more refined at the ground, but still have to like that heifer's volume that she's got. She's deep ribbed, again, very cocky up through her front end. You just need to stouten her up a bit in relation to her classmates.
Females here in the percentage show in their overall makeup and their build, but there's the one that's leading off this class is just a little bit more elegant up through her front end, just has a few more bells and whistles to her as far as her overall makeup. Just very complete in her kind and her skeleton. You get this one in motion, everything stays where it's supposed to. Just a real attractive kind of female to end up winning out of this pair. A young lady's heifer, like I said, is very, very similar to her. There's just not as much of her as what we've got in the class winner, and maybe time will get her there. I hope so for this young lady, because the way this one's built, the way that one can move, she has all the possibilities if she'll just get there as far as the overall mass and substance as our class winner. Two excellent, excellent kind of females.
Congratulations to Tilden Smith for the Navajo FFA, will be your Class 3 winner, followed by Avery Staggs from Purcell. We now move to Class 4 of your percentage Charlet breeding heifers, Class 4.
Class 5 maintainer results. First
Pretty logical how this class kind of fits together when you really get to looking at them and how they can move and what they have to offer. The one that, to me, is the most complete in her kind and is good at the ground, very good in her skeleton, and yet still has a brood cow look to her and enough body and muscle to balance everything up. It's this heifer to win in this class. This heifer coming here in second, you sure do like a lot of things about her. You know, the freshness of her, condition-wise, you're really unique looking up through her front end. You just got to push her tail head back down in her. She wants to get a little bit easier in her top. She's not as stout made as what we've got in our class winner when you're just talking about substance and true muscle shape. Comparatively to our class winner. A little bit straighter legged one coming here in third. If you just loosen this one up, give her a little more flexibility. You like how this one's constructed. She gives you a good look from the side. Heifer that's real straight line and got enough overall power and muscle shape in her. Another shapely kind of heifer coming here in fourth. Just gets a little bit plainer looking up through her front end. Not quite the bells and whistles to this one, but good on her feet and legs. Can get out and go. With a lot of flexibility, just pretty logical place to go with that one in fourth. Then we've got a young lady's heifer following in behind her. Real fresh appearing kind of female, green condition-wise out here, but a heifer gets just a little bit flatter in her rib shape and muscle shape. Just put a little more substance in this heifer to get her moved up any higher in this class.
Congratulations to your Class 4 winner, your percentage Charlet. Big Cutter Wilhauer from Inola FFA. Second place, Crew Baldwin, Taloga, 4H. Third, Rhett Kluwer from Thomas Fay, Custer. Fourth, Caston Lackey from Vanoss. Fifth, Liddy Novik from Okarchi FFA. Now we have Class 5 of your percentage Charlet breeding heifers, Class 5.
Another good class of these maintainer heifers here, and some differences in type and kind. Heifer that starts the class, the young man in the cowboy hat, just a real easy doing kind of a female that gets out and covers her track well. I like the volume and the rib and the substance that this heifer brings to the table. Got a good set of running gear underneath of her in terms of her flex and her reach off both ends, and still some cowiness about her. The heifer that comes in second is really sharp up front. I like her extension, I like where her neck sits up at the top of her shoulder. I didn't think her hind leg
Pair of percentage Charolais heifers here. They're a little bit different in the way they come to us. I end up going with the young man's heifer. To me, it's a lot smoother made kind of female. It's not quite as far along, doesn't look like in calf, but she still does look like she's got a calf in her. She's got enough natural body dimension to her and depth. Heifer that's just way smoother, way leveler design in her makeup than this yellow heifer that right behind her. Good kind of female. There's no doubt about it. You sure a maternal look to the young man there in the black cowboy hat with his heifer. Just gets a little bit piecier looking out here. You just like to smooth her up, put her together a little bit nicer, but sure a nice udder coming on underneath that one. And like I said, just a real maternal look to her for both these heifers. So excellent pair in this percentage show.
Congratulations over here in your Class 5 and your percentage Charolais, your class winner, Legend Cooper from Anadarko 4-H, and followed by Kit Pettigrew from Yukon FFA. And now bringing Class 6 of your percentage Charolais breeding heifers, Class 6.
Placings in Class 6 of the maintainer breeding heifers. Congratulations to Gage Pickens from the Silo FFA exhibiting the first place heifer. Talon Biggs from Briscoe is second. Third is McCoy Landwehr from Drummond. Fourth place goes to Briley Breckenridge in Westville FFA. Avery Flanagan from Lone Grove is fifth. Sixth is Dylan Howard of the Ringling 4-H, and seventh is Blakely Allen of the Cash 4-H Club. Congratulations, Class 6 maintainers, exhibitors.
Get them in motion. This heifer winning this class is definitely the loosest, moving, flexible, has the most reach to her as you watch her go. A female to me is just more heifer here all the way through. She's opened up a little bit more, a little more overall substance to this heifer comparatively to the March heifer behind her. Heifer that gets just a little bit piecey looking when you got her parked there. Well, that's where this heifer in second is a little more pleasing on the stand than the heifer that wins the class, but we get her in motion. That one gets just a little bit tight, a little bit shorter strided, a little more restricted as you watch her go, and there's just not as much heifer as by comparison than what we've got in our class winner, but a good, youthful looking kind of female that ends up going second. Nice pair in this percentage show.
Congratulations there to your Class 6 winner, Tyler Marshall from the Raiden FFA, followed by Hudson Eaton from Hera. Now bringing your final class of percentage Charolais, Class 7 percentage Charolais.
Real nice heifer here to lead off this class. Just kind of commands your attention when she comes in the ring. She's so nice up to her front end, but yet still has something to her in terms of body and mass, stoutness. This heifer still gets around the ring with some agility. We'll put a little closer socket on her as we get out here in this division, but she kind of wins this class going away. The heifer that comes in second, I think, is the next best built female.
FFA. Now we'll bring in all of our class winners to show for champion and reserve champion percentage Charlet breeding heifer.
Placings in Class 7 over here on the maintainer side. Congratulations to Elgin FFA or Henley Hasselbach is in first place. Kaylee Sheen from Watonga is second. Third is Claire Harton from Medill FFA. Fourth place, Piper Tucker from the Vanasse FFA. And Lane Lewis is fifth from the Haskell chapter. Placings in Class 8. Congratulations, Rhett Herman from Agwood 4-H is first place. Emery McFall from Oklahoma Union FFA is second. We're now ready to select our Division II champion and reserve.
Up the day with out here in these percentage semitalls, and I know I've said it a number of times. It's been thoroughly enjoyable going through this set of cattle, the breeds that I've went through today, and been able to listen to Blake over there describe what he's looking at, and I can just about tell you what they look like just by listening to him talk about them. That's how we look at cattle a lot alike. So it's been very enjoyable to me, not even to be able to see what he's doing, but I understand what he's looking at. And you know, that's the cool thing about it. And the other thing I want to say is the ring help has just been fantastic today. Thank you all for helping out. You've saved me a lot of steps. Everything has worked fantastic. The people back in the back have made sure these cattle are getting in here in a timely manner, and this has been thoroughly enjoyable. There's one out here to win this that I think a lot about. I mean, there's no doubt that there's tremendous quality. Now, for reserve, it gets a little bit close, and I'll take a little bit to figure that out, or as the second in class comes in here, we'll wait on that one. But thanks again for having me today, and look forward tomorrow. Your champion percentage is young man turning right here with this heifer right here. Congratulations.
Congratulations to your champion, Percentage Charlotte, out of Class 3, Tilden Smith from the Navajo FFA.
Really nice division here in our maintainer show, and echo a lot of the same sentiments that Todd talked about. We look at a lot of cattle together in his job as the cowman at Jones's, and I'm just a consultant. I come a couple times a year, but I always stay at his house and drink his Mountain Dew and eat his food. And I know his wife's here, so we're gonna have some fun here this afternoon when we get done judging. But it's been a good show again here as we climb into this next division of these calves. I think there's some good females out here, very competitive all the way through. There's a pair of them that surfaced to me, and hey, they are nothing alike. So you know, you're gonna I always get people throwing stones at me. I don't know what he likes. Well, I like good ones, and these two are really good. They're just a little different in terms of the way that they're made, but yet at the end of the day, there's still one that just wins. She's so good in terms of her looks. She's got big parts and pieces. You know, she's one that's good in her body. She's just so striking from the profile. She's a very quality female. This young lady right here has got the division champion. Congratulations.
Your reserve percentage Charlotte champion, reserve champion, Kyler Marshall. Congratulations, Kyler Marshall out of Class 6.
And this heifer doesn't diminish from our lineup at all. A very nice kind of a female. We talked about her in class. I just think a lot of good to her. But there's another one that suits me, fits together well, just from a quality standpoint. Again, nothing alike to our heifer that ends up winning, but I think they're the best two. This young man up in the front of the lineup here is going to have our reserve calf. Congratulations to him. Good job to these kids. An excellent division.
Division 2 champion exhibited by Henley Hassenbach from the Elgin FFA out of class number 7 and reserve out of class number 5, Mr. Parker Irwin from the Hartshorn 4-H Club. Congratulations, Division 2 exhibitors.
We will now show for your percentage Charlotte bred and owned. Percentage Charlotte heifer bred and owned.
On their project and having the cow and raising these heifers and doing what they did a long time ago to get to this point. It really unbelievable when you stop and think about it that it's taken this long to get here, but it was definitely worth it when they were leading them out here like this. It's pretty easy for me. The two that I like in this bred and owned, young man right here in front of me will have your champion. Young lady right in front of him will be reserved. Give him a nice hand.
Congratulations over here to your percentage, Charlet, Bred and Own, your champion, Cutter Willauer from Inola FFA, and your reserve was Avery Staggs from Purcell. Once again, we appreciate all of our exhibitors over here in show ring number 1, and especially our judge today, Mr. Todd Herman. Thank you, Todd, for being here and for going through the cattle quickly.